Good evening. Good evening. Just getting the space up and started, and going to go through and add some stuff to the jumbotron as we wait for folks to come in and join us here tonight. Okay, let me send you a invitation to speak there. So, I gotta find some stuff to actually put in here. Okay, request that approved. There you go. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good evening.
All right, what's going on?
Oh, nothing much, man. It's the sun just went down here on the East Coast.
Okay, yeah.
How's it going over for you?
Okay, actually, I've been sick the past few days, and I was supposed to be going to Miami on Tuesday, and I think I might cancel that trip
Wow.
because if you have any symptoms, high fever or whatever, they won't let you leave. They won't let you get on the airplane.
Oh, they won't let you leave their country.
Right, right. Matter of fact, wow. I'm scared they might try to quarantine me.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah, so I might have to cancel that trip. Yeah, they're having a digital asset convention in Miami.
Okay.
Yeah.
Digital assets. That's what you're in the computer field.
No, I'm not, but basically about investing and it's just about different crypto assets and different what's the word I'm looking for? They just talk about all the different crypto companies. They try to promote their different crypto projects. That's all. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been going to those things for years.
Really?
Yeah. It's pretty fun.
Awesome.
You meet people and it's fun. Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to welcome everybody into the space tonight. We got some more people coming in eventually, as always. But yeah, so the hashtag Meet Me in Delaware, and I'm using Meet Us in Delaware as a hashtag as well. By Married Black Parents, he sort of said, "Hey man, let's use this to sort of solidify what we're trying to do here." And so I actually like it. It looks really good, and it really sort of quantifies the message that we're sending. And it's just to get people to think in this way. After a couple of months, I know for sure there's a couple of dozen people, if not a couple of hundred people, that are thinking in this way. So it's a beautiful thing. So we're just going to keep the conversation going for this entire year as we build up to actually moving into Delaware for the takeover. So feel free to come up and speak if you choose to. I'm throwing stuff up in the jumbotron. I created this Black majority state migration group. If you're not in that, please do join that, because that's going to be sort of our inside space to talk about things. It is going to be a safe space, so all ideas are on the table. Anything and everything. And so throughout the week, we can be basically building, asking questions, answering questions, and presenting different ideas in that space. So definitely join up with that. When I put the donor box up there, we do have some members. who are starting to put their money in the pool, put their money where their mouth is, if you will. And so that is super encouraging as well. Let's see, we got a requested person. Let's see, who is this? Boom, 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 Tomahawk Gang. Yeah, I kind of got to go over some of these requests just to see what's going on. Okay. Let's see what you got here. Thursday. You're up to speak. You got the mic. Thursday, you're up.
Sorry about that, everybody. I'm right here. I'm currently at my job right now. But no, thank you for creating this space. I think this is an awesome. I think this is an awesome idea. We should all decide to, at this point of time right now, to be galvanized together for unity, to bring something better than what our previous collectors have thought would have been a great idea, but apparently is a great fail. So I wanted to talk to everybody today, or I wanted to actually go off of what was going on that I found out today, and wanted to see if everybody else was feeling the same way. I wanted to talk about Title 42 today, and I wanted to know how people feel about it. I also wanted to talk about how we can utilize our resources that we have now and capitalize on it. And what I mean by that, our resources may not be as what we would like for it to be, gold and silver and things like that. But I'm talking about our numbers with our people, and we're scattered in places, but our threshold, or a majority of the people that we can utilize and galvanize together, is in the rural South. I feel that in a time like now, a lot of us are in bigger cities, and the cities is cut up into multiple pies, and it's almost impossible to take control of these cities. But we have bigger numbers in rural areas down south. Would many of you be willing to invest or galvanize with other people in that direction, or use your skills and those advantages to build up those communities and places before more and more people catch on to what's happening, and there will not be no place for us to have a safety?
Okay, yeah, so that's a great question. You know what, Title 42, if you can expand on that, so because I've kind of heard of it, but without doing a whole Google search into it, can you just explain what that is?
In a very short concept, Title 42 is basically the president saying that any foreign person from another place can seek safe haven in America, and eventually they will gain amnesty.
Okay, so essentially, immigration on steroids. Yeah, so yeah, there's a lot of talk in these spaces, and we saw in California Task Force for Reparations, they really took the time to ensure that whatever reparations come out of that state, they will be delineated to Black American freedmen, descendants of our enslavement here in this country. So that was a short-lived victory, because then California came out and said, well, our budget, we don't have any money in the budget for cash. We're just going to create a bunch of programs, which hopefully there'll be a lot of pushback against that, because we all know the way these states are set up. They get state funds, they get federal funds. California is the biggest economy in the country, fifth largest on the planet. And so, that's just another smoke screen. But yeah, we are really pro Black American. and more increasingly because we are being pushed into being anti-immigration, simply because of all the political moves that they are making against us, and they are really showing themselves to be, organized against us in almost every area of society. So, we only talk about this Black migration movement. On the Black State of America map, there are 8 states that we have identified as viable states based on our current population and based on the populations that exist within those 8 states, that are Black American voters. Black American Homeland has a map, and I believe there's 8 or more states on his map. Some of the states sort of overcross. I did eliminate Oklahoma from the Black State of America map because recent Supreme Court cases reaffirmed the treaties between those 5 civilized. It's actually more than just the 5 civilized tribes. There's a bunch of tribes that Oklahoma, essentially half of that state is tribal territory. I guess it always was, but it just wasn't recognized, and so now they have officially reaffirmed it. And so we focus on the Black Belt, southeastern United States, in terms of where we believe we can build these Black majorities. The other thing is, when we go into these states and we think about these states, we really want to develop a majority in a majority of counties. And so, to what you said, the rural aspect of that, it does require us to move into areas that are outside of the major cities. And Georgia is a really good example of that, where historically Atlanta is like the Black Mecca. It's been that way for several decades. But essentially, a lot of the migration into Georgia is surrounded, is centered around Atlanta and the Atlanta metro area, the surrounding counties. And so we always, when we talk about Georgia, suggest people move to the other cities, the other areas of Georgia. And Georgia is a state which I think has the second highest counties. It's 149 counties. So it's a unique state for a lot of different reasons. But we really want to get like 70, 80, maybe even 90 counties where we have Black county executives and Black majority populations in a state like Georgia, in order to really solidify a Black majority in that state. So I'm gonna let you go again. We tend to focus on Delaware in this space here because it's the smallest state and it only has 3 counties. We feel confident if we get the majority in 2 out of the 3 counties, we can actually take over the state government. So that's what we do, advocate for and educate for in this space. Go for it, Thursday.
I feel that at a time like this is the best time for us to come together, bring our skills together, find out what our skills are, find out where our weaknesses are, and be able to position ourselves in places. I feel like we should do this. We should do this in a more strategic way instead of just talking about it. I feel like by doing what you're advocating for, because I am a product of the Deep South, and I had to leave at 15 years old in order to go travel the world, travel America, go outside of America for work. So therefore, I know what everything is about. So as a child or teenager at the time, I decided to leave Mississippi. And I have been to every big city there is, from California to Chicago to New York to Miami to Atlanta and every other place in between. I remember there used to be a time where people would go and get jobs, but it's not the way we would get jobs today. You would have to go out here and you need to go at least copy off 100 resumes, be on foot, and actually apply them to each and every place that you was desired to want to be at. Somewhere in the early 2000s, somewhere I feel like between 2006, maybe 2009, you know, things became to be where it's a digital age, and so job requirements were allowing you to use Monster Research or Resume Builder or Indeed to be able to post your resume, and people were able to actually you know broadcast their abilities and skills that way. Fast forward into time now, we're in a different time zone where we have Ubers. So some places I lived didn't have those transportation. So I had to rely on other ways if I didn't have a vehicle. Now you're starting to realize that with great migration is going on from other people in other places, the whole entire economy has allowed them to be able to pivot to a higher position. From this position, they became very classist and bratful. Never seen so many classist, bratful people bringing in their muddy ideologies and just destroying everything that we have created. And on top of it, we have been brainwashed to feel that this is the way to go, to be all one. Well, I'm here to say this is not the way to go, to be all one. I must agree and I must say that we should take over these rural areas while we have the numbers, because we have the people. We have the people in these places where these numbers exist. They need to be taught. They need to know these skills that we have. We need to be able to put business there. We need to be able to take in office there. We need to be able to take civic there. We need to take the things that is available there. As I look at these rural communities and towns, we build them up and create a system of government there. And with our presence, we'll be able to take the people in these other cities, these bigger cities, that want to be able to do better, to have a place for them to be able to do better. I feel like that is the only way. We're almost in a time where we're like the Black Amish. We may not be able to take everybody, but the people that we have, we must salvage them. We must put them in a better set mind. We must give them real etiquette. We must be able to do what we were supposed to do instead of falling to all these proxies. I feel that we should also take in big consideration of how we can pull our money together. Whether we put it on Indiegogo, we're doing it the way you're doing it, but we need to galvanize bigger. Waiting on reparation is not going to work. We have to do things in between that time as well. We can't just sit and wait. We must continue to be productive. If we're not being productive, we're not doing shit. We're just talking about it. For all the people out there who do have land and know how to get land, beneath them. For people who know about real estate, beneath them. Me, I'm about agriculture. I'm about excavating land. I'm about chef. I'm semi-tech. Those are my skills. That's what I'm great at. I'm a strategist. I know how to think, and I'm a work harder person. I'm not a person that's gonna sit around and bullshit with my time. And the more we have the right people around us, and we keep this consistently, we'll be able to get out of this rut, even if it's just us. Because in order to give the people what people don't know what they want until you actually make it for them. They just simply don't. It's gonna be hard. I'm willing to put in hard work. I want to be around more other people who want to put in hard work to have a better mental discipline and a better future.
Agreed. I'm not sure if you're breaking up, but yeah. So when it comes to the whole reparations thing, when I wrote a book in 2018, and I was new to it. Like everybody comes to it at different times with different preconceptions, and then you kind of get in spaces, you follow people, you get educated, get up to speed, and ultimately we got to be able to do all things, both, and it's got to be all options on the table. So absolutely continue the fight for reparations in California. Now New York has a big push that some people are holding spaces about. And I just put something in the Jumbotron about the New York reparations issues. And so, we just got to do them all. We are intelligent enough, we are functional enough, we are capable enough that we can do all things at all times. And so, yeah, focus on reparations, then save some energy for Black migration, save some energy for agriculture. We've talked about in this space how we would essentially replicate the Homestead Act inside of the state of Delaware, where we would grant a half acre to the new Black voters and the current Black voters who establish a Black majority government in that state. That would equal about 25% of the land in that state. So we could definitely replicate that in other states as we gain Black majority rule over the other states as well. We really see Delaware being so small as a really good model and a really good precedent to set for the country to show how possible it is. And so, that's we're all about giving land back to Black Americans in some way, shape, or form, using the state government, the power, the authority, the funding to protect, prosper, and empower our Black American citizens within the state. So, yeah, man, we're all about it. Definitely continue to show up at the spaces, join our group that we created, and help us move, because our plan is spring of 2023 to move into the state of Delaware. So yeah, we are going to spend the next year talking about it, but we're also gearing ourselves up to be about it as well. So I see Georgia has her hand up.
Yeah, I wanted to say that I totally agree with the last, the person who spoke before, Blabber. But we are doing that. One of the things that, as far as planning before reparations, one of the things that my family or me and my siblings did was we sat down and we had the reparation talk, because I am fully invested in that movement. So we spoke and we said, can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I'm getting a little feedback. But anyway, we had a meeting last year, and I informed them that within the next 10 years, we expect to receive reparations. And so it's important to know that my family is the very most conservative Republican to the most liberal. And we had this discussion, and my question it was to them, if we get when we get reparations, how are we going to spend the money? Because it was estimated that we would get like $350,000 a piece, and at the time, and that is not a lot of money. So what are we going to do? And so what we did was we start preparing to now, as of last year, we're trying to open up. Well, we are in the middle of opening up our own business. And we've gone through all of these steps and so that we are prepared. And then once reparations come, of course, we have pledged to put $50,000 a piece of that money into this business. So having said, that's why I agree with Blabber too, in that we are doing both. And I think it's important to do both. Another thing is, I wanted to say that Byron, I think his name is, he's always talking about how we need new housing in Delaware. And I am starting to agree with that. And the reason why is because I came to Ohio to help my sister look for housing, for a house to purchase. And these houses are old, and there's the foundations are going. You have so many different problems with them. And I know that there's problems with newer builds as well. But according to the plan that he had for building these new houses, we would probably be better off, I think, with the newer housing, because these houses that's going for lots of money have lots of problems. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm sure he'll jump on at some point. And yeah, absolutely. And that's the reason why I number one, I don't interrupt anybody who's speaking intelligently, who's providing an informative perspective, and he certainly has swayed me as well. It's a mix, it's a hybrid. You use what's there, and then because we are essentially going to increase the population by almost 50%, there's definitely going to be a need for new construction, for sure. So yeah, absolutely. That's very, very, very important. No question. Thank you for that.
Hey, Thursday. Is there a particular state that you are targeting? You mentioned you from Mississippi.
Yes.
Are you targeting Mississippi?
To be honest with you, I am and I am not. When I'm out here looking at things, I don't just look at the fraction of numbers. I also look at weather patterns. Weather patterns right now mean a big deal in this century because I don't believe that I'm not one of those guys that's going to say it's only a factor because of global warming. It's not just that. The Earth is a living thing. It's going to have its moments because it's living. That means it's evolving. It's getting older. It's maturing just like we are as a being. But I look at weather patterns. And the weather patterns that we've been having currently is that it's either when it's cold, it's extremely cold. And when it's hot, it's extremely hot. And I mean extremely hot. So I've been looking at the patterns now, seeing how it moves. Places in Florida, they're not just hot, they're extremely hot. Places that's out there in Georgia, they're not just hot, they get extremely hot. And when it gets cold, it gets extremely cold. So I've been seeing whether the pattern is to move more closer up north, or is to stay in places like in the South. I also look at the numbers. We have the numbers down south. That's not a problem. They have the numbers. The land is there. There's plenty of land. There's plenty of counties. You know, there's no structure and there's no jobs. That's the only two things that Mississippi don't have. No jobs, no structure. So you will have to import that. You will have to import that. And when I go back and forth at times, I have relatives that own plenty of certain amount of land, but I go back and I look at the city itself, like in Columbus. I go back and look at two places like Tupelo, Meridian, and Columbus, and other places, and see it, how it's been developed economically, who's holding office, and doing certain things, whether they're going in a modern perspective or whether they're just being stagnant. So I'm looking at all these factors, and I'm looking at Delaware too, because Delaware is not that far, from places like Maryland. It's not that far from Jersey and stuff. So I think about the people there, whether that outside population would try to dictate what's going on in Delaware. So I'm looking at everything that's going on because they seem to like to follow wherever we go. They like to sabotage the things we do. So I want to be far the fuck away, but I want to be able to have, a form of protection as well. I've been going back and, I've been looking at the U.S. codes. I really want to invest into it. $7,000 to get all 15 books, and the U.S. codes tell you what you can and what you can't do. This is where you can be able to, dispute to the authorities what you can and can't do. Because even in building codes, there's a code. Agriculture, there's codes. Everything we do in this crooked America, we have codes for it. And so, I try to pay attention to things, and I try to learn as much as possible, and I follow patterns.
That sounds great. Sounds great.
Yeah, man. Thanks for bringing up the weather. I got family in Texas, and they just had a bunch of tornadoes go through in areas where they're like, man, this people typically ignore the tornado warnings down there in like the Austin area. And, this year they had a couple that were really, really close. And, So yeah, that is a definite issue. The hurricane seasons that come through as well, something to keep in mind for sure.
Yeah. I really don't I really don't bother about weather too much because I notice weather all the continents are being affected by it, and of course it's getting more severe in every nation on all continents. So I don't think there's going to be one continent or one nation that's going to be what's that word I'm looking for? That's going to be uh, better than another nation. I mean, I heard people mention about Russia is going to, they can probably benefit from global warming, but I don't know about Russia. But yeah, I don't think there's going to be any perfect state or nation that's going to benefit from global warming.
Well, brother, the only reason why I said something about weather pattern and weather is because when I was a younger guy, I was around when Katrina happened. So I got to witness everybody migrate from New Orleans, come to Memphis and Chicago. Fast forward, I'm 30 some odd years old. So I got to see those same exact people who flew and migrated from there just to go back to migrate from Chicago to places like Memphis and scatter from Memphis to go to places like Atlanta and Texas. But the main thing that I realized is when those people scattered and they left, their whole entire city and communities was destroyed. It took them forever to recompensate these people. And they did not want to compensate these people for nothing in the world. They did not want to, even though they know that their whole entire cities and communities was destroyed. They didn't care. So when they rebuilt up the communities, the people who used to live there didn't get compensated like they should have. Matter of fact, it got regentrified immediately. And now when I go back and go see places like First Ward, Third Ward, and old places like especially Uptown, it's not the same anymore. Those are not even the same people. And they made sure they reallocated the funds not to those people in power. So if I go to a city and we create something and we build something and our city go through some weird extremity, I would like to make sure we have to be in a position of power to be compensated for it. You know, I don't want to be in a position where I got to rely on my government again for that situation. You can, most cities nowadays is not insured, but whose cities are insured? The sanctuary cities. And that's kind of crazy that if a sanctuary city is insured, not only do they already have insurance policies. On top of that, the FEMA is definitely going to give them the money first. New Orleans is not even insured, man. A lot of places in Texas, I used to live in San Antonio, like those places are not insured. So if you get screwed over, you're not going to get those funds as quickly as you want to or as fast as you need them.
So when I was doing the research for the book that I wrote, there was a University of Pittsburgh study about how this distance between Black Americans after natural disasters and white Americans, and the differences were appalling. That's why they did the study. I sort of referenced it in the book how white people get immediate funding, as you're stating, how they are restored back to 100% of what their former life was. whereas Black people end up with much, much less, and as you're saying, or not repaired wholly. And so all of these things are a function of state government and federal government, of course, but because we don't have majority Black voter ruled states, and we are not in the position of authority to regulate the insurance industries, to have direct contact with the federal agencies who will advocate for our citizens. That's why we end up falling through the cracks. It's intentional, it's by design. So it's sort of a chicken and egg, where we got to get the population up so that we can have this control, we can have this authority, we can be not just advocating, but we can be writing policy, writing legislation, and we can be in direct contact with the state because we control the state, and the federal government because we have our senators and our U.S. reps, and we're in direct contact with FEMA and other agencies like that. So we're man, the things that we have suffered and possibly will continue to suffer being integrated into the society, because the design is that the majority rules. The design is that the resources go to the majority populations because they are in political control. And this is why we keep consistently being looked over, consistently being, we get the crumbs. We get the crumbs. The last space, a hashtag no more crumbs. That's why we get the crumbs, is because we don't have majority representation within the state government. And so everything that afflicts us in the most negative ways can be repaired if we gain this state level control. We can't stop natural disasters, obviously. However, we can have a system in place to ensure that our people are repaired in the event of a natural disaster. The other thing, like when you mentioned it at the first time, I was thinking about the heat, and I was thinking about growing food and wheat and hemp and whatever other crops that we would be growing in the South, and how that may play a part in agriculture. So that's something to think about as well. Something that we certainly want to keep on the radar for sure.
Well, when it comes to agriculture, well, you can't grow up down south. You can definitely, what you can't grow in the summertime, you have to think about what you grow in the wintertime. So, a lot of the vegetation is, growing down south is various. It's just like out west, it's various. You can do a lot. You know what I'm saying? But what you can't, what since you can't do that route as much as you like up north, you're gonna have to stick to more things in the root veg. Root veg takes homage underground. It's plentiful. You know, you may only going to be able to do so much during those months. That do have good weather. So now you're gonna have to start taking advantage of how to do indoor farming. Now you can take more advantage of that for those vegetations that you can't do during those hot months or those better climate months. So you can be prepared for that. And plus, you can build heavy revenue off of indoor farming. That's what people are not understanding. Like if I can just have a big ass building, an old warehouse, decrepit ass warehouse, and I can just go back, renovate it the right way with the right lights, and have a good water flow, you know, eh, that's a source of income right there that can feed plenty of people. Whether you decide to just feed your community and sell your food to make a profit, or if you just want to just make it off of just selling things in general, so you can make the profit back. And right now, I've been looking at Delaware. Since everybody brought it up, I'm looking at the senators right now because that plays a big effect. Because if you don't have, you know, if you don't got that many counties, then these guys are senator base. That means it's like not too many counties. That means that these some good old boys you're dealing with. That means they got some old money. So definitely, I'm gonna be looking into how they make their flight and how to see how their economy works. Because I'm all about seeing how things work. I know if it's Delaware, when I used to be up there in New York and stuff, I know most people that live make their money, their bread, in the big cities. They don't really live in the big cities. They live on the outskirts of the city. So majority of people live in Jersey and other places. So I want to see the effects and outcomes of that.
Yeah, agreed. And not only that, we really are thinking the majority of the people that we want to, encourage to migrate will come from the Philadelphia, New Jersey, possibly New York area. Because in all these different spaces, I hear a lot of people who are from New Jersey or New York, the five boroughs, and they just talk about the gentrification. They talk about what you're talking about, which is the immigrant populations coming in and making it impossible for Black Americans to even afford to live in areas where they were historically Black communities. And so we definitely want to really try to get as many people who are literally an hour or two drive away from Delaware to start thinking about moving into the state, as well as everyone from all over the country, of course. But it'll just be not as much as a culture shock, a weather shock, all of those things being equal for someone who's kind of close to that area already, to just drive across a bridge or whatever, to establish residency and to start voting. And because we are talking about a majority population, a majority voting population, the current senators, the current governor, whatever, all the current position holders really become irrelevant. And that's the whole point of a Black migration, is to overwhelm the current population so that we can vote for the people that we believe are Black first. They'll put a Black first agenda into place. They'll set up policy to stifle sanctuary cities, sanctuary states, and do whatever they can at the state level, county level, local level. And that it can include some zoning ordinances and things of that nature, to make it very unwelcoming for outsiders to come in and try to establish an enclave, is the word that I hear a lot of people use. And so that it is very friendly to the Black Americans who are descendants of American enslavement, but it also is rather hostile to people who are not, as much as legally and constitutionally possible as we can, craft legislation and local laws to ensure that Black Americans are the primary benefactors of everything that we do in that state. So that is the full plan, and I believe it can be done, because it is done, all around the country against us. So we got to figure out a way to gain control over these state governments so that we can make it beneficial for us.
I have one question for you. Are you willing to share your projection models with others? And I say this because that's one state. There could be possibly others. And the route that I'm hearing right now, this is basically for people that's more on the northeast side of America, and where we're scattered out the most. Everybody can't get in that one block, but making sure that block is covered should be one of the should be one of the primary goals. The reason why I ask, because if there's more scouts that can go out here and see other models that can be, inhabited, and use the same reference in the base guide, that can be, a 1, a 2, and a 3, and those could be our, our new focuses and projections.
Hey, look, I did projection model for 8 states: North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, and Tennessee. It's actually in my book, and actually, I'm having some legal what's that word? I'm having some legal, not problems, but some legal things that's happening. So I can't share that information, but I will share some information on Twitter, and I can probably give you some of that information. I can tweet you some information on my projection of different states. Yeah, I can do that for you.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, and I just put on it's a link to the Dover thread, or not Dover, but Delaware thread. And so I started that. It looks like it was in December, but this is all I tweet about for the most part. I do sort of tweet some social stuff that goes on, but that Delaware thread really goes through everything. And you just got to go through and sort of read through the whole entire thread, but it kind of breaks down how to take over Delaware, and it answers a lot of questions that people may have in terms of housing, crime, etc. And so it'd be a good starting point right there.
Hey, Thursday, one thing that's part of my projection, I believe that for every Black person that migrates to a state, one white person will flee from that state.
Can you elaborate more about that? Right now I'm in the Midwest. I'm in Indianapolis, and that wouldn't work as well. I have seen for one person that of their origin, when we arrive, they get actually happy for some reason, and they want more. So I have also seen the reverse of that when I'm going to certain places that used to be high in our population, they are running to our populations, and it's like we're running to their populations, and they running back to our population. So we want to live where it's extremely wealthy, and they want to live where it's extremely poor. They want to take their wealth back into decrepit little communities and rebuild them, and we want to take our little meager money and run to places where it's so damn expensive, or just you know be around all these things that we can buy and spend more money. So it's kind of interesting how this concept is going so far.
Yeah, it's true. It depends on the region. It depends on the state. I believe in the South, okay, in the Midwest, right? Most Black Americans live in urban environment, in urban cities. But in the South, you have Black people that live in urban environments, but they also live in small towns and rural areas. So Black Americans are more spread out in the South than they are in the North. So therefore, if more Black people move to the South, that means that it's less area for a white person to move in. So that means they have to move out of the state if they want to live in a white community that's 95% white. Now, let's say Ohio, or let's say Chicago or Detroit. Most Black people live in Wayne County. Now, if more Black people move to Wayne County, Michigan, then white people have the opportunity to move in white counties that's outside of Wayne County. But they probably won't have that same opportunity in Mississippi or Louisiana because Black people live everywhere. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes, I understand what you're saying. There's a difference when I hear like places like Chicago. I can understand people leaving from the bigger counties in Chicago and moving to the outskirt or to other places to dominate. I totally can understand that because it'll be easier for them to get back and forth to the main thing that put food on their plate. Those jobs. But when it comes down to down south, it's a totally different world because they made sure there is no form of those jobs there. So you will have to import, a form of work, or you will have to create, a catalyst for people to actually, to participate in to, create those financial needs. So that's the difference between the up north and down south. You have the numbers down south, but you don't have a way to create an income base. Nobody ever thinks about creating an income for down south. All the income they want to make is up north. But things are changing based off of what I have been seeing in Mason. But I realized that in Mason, Tennessee, that since our economy wants to either do two things. They want to bring in new people, or they want to go to small ass places where they can hire people to do it for a cheaper price. It's all about the cheaper price.
Right.
It's all about the cheaper price right now. So I've been looking at this heavily based off of weather conditions as well. Because to be honest with you, it's not that, there's not, homes that can't stand these weather conditions. They're just simply not being built. Nobody's putting that time initiative into making sure they are built or could be built or using these new structures to be being built. So I appreciate that, but at the same time, I know what's wrong, and I'm just willing to try to fix it in any way that I can while I'm here.
Right. So look, you don't think the state of Georgia will have the same size economy as Ohio, or North Carolina will have the same size economy as Michigan? Because they're pretty similar.
I do feel like in this day and time they will have the same size because everything is changing. If you think about places like North Carolina, well, okay, where's they really contributing to money for us? It's going to be in the medical field. It's the medical field that's driving a lot of things out there for people out there lives in North Carolina. Not just their schooling, but it's the medical field, and people is actually taking advantage of that. Okay, but on top of that, you have the medical and the tech. Okay, so it's like it's a bio lab that's going out there. So that's being taken care of. But to the flip side, now you have places like Georgia, Atlanta, particular in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? So now you're thinking about, okay, so where's their reason? What makes them very important? Okay, well, obviously we see is media, is entertainment, it's also the distribution of food. Don't get it wrong. Georgia produced majority of all of the food that everybody eat up north. If you live in New York, if you live in Jersey, you live in Maryland, you don't get your food from those places on the rural. You get your food from Georgia. Georgia pushes the most food out of the United States. That's just damn period, And then on top of that, you have a lot of people that's doing small business, but they're doing more finance out there. The tech industry is slowly but for surely is booming because you already had a small migration of people leaving from those big tech areas from California to resettle out there in Atlanta. You're already having Microsoft doing their development team out there in Atlanta. So, that's where they're really getting their pool of economics. Flip side to that, we can say if we're talking about the tech world, if you're not investing, in California in the tech world, in the Bay Area, then you're going to go to Texas. You got to realize that, Texas produced a lot of franchises that have already took up a lot of things in Atlanta. So I see the Atlanta part and I also see the North Carolina part, right? I see that. But those are just the inner cities. But when you want to do things on the outskirts of the cities, now, it's totally different. Right now I'm in Indianapolis. So Indianapolis have more warehouses than any place in America. That's where predominantly everybody works. I don't care if you're in tech. I don't care if you're in farming. I don't care what you're in. You're going to be in some type of warehouse doing some type of warehouse work. And all of the goods is going to leave on either a barge, 18-wheeler, or on some jumbo airplane flight to go to the next city. That's just where it is. It's going to stop down here somewhere in Tennessee, the state that connects to every damn state, and it's just going to do its transportation. But see, this is where Atlanta also gets their big transportation too. Atlanta has the biggest airport in America. They touch everything. They touch everything. And on top of that, they also have the trains out there. They touch everything. So Atlanta always been able to produce that. That's never been their problem. The problem is that the people, our people, has always generally lived on the outskirts. And when you want to get into the city, you literally got to be in a traffic jam for 2-3 hours just to get to work in the city to get some things popping. I just feel like there's just not enough going on the outskirts of the cities to make sure that we don't have to go inside of these cities to get our wealth.
Yeah, that's correct. Hey, that's why I like the state of Tennessee. Memphis is like a transportation hub for the South. Yeah. So yeah, we got Mary. I see we got Mary here.
Yeah, man. Listen, y'all talking about love language. Talk about cities. I love it. What's up? Let's see. Thursday. What's up, Thursday? So, I just want to drop in and say a couple of things. I've been listening for a minute. I usually run my mouth a whole lot, but this time I'll try to listen a little bit. But so I came in when y'all were talking about, I think the first thing I heard was Black American Homeland saying that when a black person moves in, a white person moves out, or, in the state or leave the state. And I want to say I disagree with that on a couple of levels. So, like we have experienced what we like the term white flight, right? Like, so, it'll be if it'll be a white neighborhood, a black person moves in and white people move out. Historically, what happened is with the redlining, what happened is the rule in redlining. This was the rule, not just like, white people wanting to leave. The rule in redlining was if a single black person moves onto a block, no bank will lend anybody money to buy a house on that block. So let's say on any block, there's 40 houses, right? So what would happen is if one black person moves onto that block, 39 people pretty much lose the ability to sell their house at market rate. And that's what created white urban racism. Because what would happen is, a black person would try to move on and everybody will, oh, hell to the no. Because the people there, like, they don't care shit about black people. They care about their wealth and their ability to sell their house for gugabs. I mean, not even gugabs of money, but just enough to leave. Like, so all the white people on that block, nobody's buying that house anymore. So if the house then was worth 20 grand and people had to get a loan to buy that house, like the only people that would buy the house were investors, and they're not going to pay $20,000 because they know nobody, like, there's no competition. So they're going to, they'll buy the rest of the block for $100K. So what happens is, while we experience white flight, like a black person moves in, all these white people move out because everybody wants to leave before they lose all of the equity in their house. On the flip side, you got to figure out where they're going. That's when the suburbs were created. So while we looking at white flight, you also got to realize, like Thursday was talking about, Atlanta had the biggest airport. Well, planes leave they take off, but they also land. So you got to figure out, well, where the fuck were they going? And that's when the federal government was, you know, lending hundreds of billions, billions of dollars to white companies to build the suburbs. So they would lend a company money to buy land, develop it, whatever, and then like get their money back over time. So it was like a two-pronged process. And and understanding that is also important, because I think Thursday was talking about, like, where people are moving in the cities, and the problem is, like they're not building houses anymore. Well, I'm not, I don't know the actual numbers, but the federal government probably got out of that game of lending large sums of money to large scale developers. Like, it got taken over by the private market. And that's what the Federal Housing Authority and the Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac were. They wanted, instead of the government actually being the lender, they were just backstopping all of the loans, not only to individual home mortgage buyers, but also to the lenders that lent money for these large scale developments. Now that that's important, because like, they were in the cities and then they left, right? They're, when they bought the house in the suburbs, they're 2-car garage in a suburban cul-de-sac or whatever. That was valuable because they had, a place to go, and everybody wanted to be there, and everybody could afford it because, the white people had jobs, and, a lot of ex-military were drawing their pension, and, they could get their little GI Bill and go in a manufacturing plant, et cetera, et cetera. And, they would go there, and then, all this development, like the interstate highway system. The government was just buying all of this stuff that spurred all this economic development. So when like, and then the car companies could get their cash, because instead of being in an urban center where you walk to work, because the industrial plant is down the street, you got to drive now. But that's cool, because you got loans for that. All that stuff is happening together. Now what happens is, all of that government financing then made the suburbs valuable. So they would go out there and they would get their little bit of wealth or whatever, and then slowly but surely their house became a little more expensive, even though it was used, right? So what's happening is, there's been a 30-50 year dry up of the amount of money flowing into development. So the appreciation that we're experiencing is not because houses are actually becoming more valuable. It's because there's more competition for a smaller, like, more people live in the United States, and there's greater competition for the housing stock that exists. So what we're talking about in the Black State of America migration is, we're going to move to somewhere, and then we anticipate that we're going to need some place to live, right? Like, we're talking about, Delaware, in order to take over, to become a voter majority in Delaware, we need 500,000 new Black people in our own political party. And they can't just go sit on the street, right? In order to vote, you got to have an address. And, that's a whole nother thing. But in order to do that, what we're aiming at is quite literally trying to figure out what it would take to build a whole new city. And when I say a whole new city, I'm talking like, 25,000. My number is 10,000. It could be like 25, 30, 50,000, and, build like 5 or 6 of those, one in each county. And then you got something, because what was farmland and, 3 square miles of nothing, you now have, infrastructure. You got houses, you got medical centers, you got schools, you got government, and all that stuff. Like, all of that stuff requires money in order to be built. And if you go from a place where you got farmland that's, let's say 40 acres of farmland is worth $30,000. I don't know how much it costs. But then 10 years later, you've got $13 million of real estate sitting on top of that. Where do you like that's how you build wealth. Like wealth in this country is mostly situated in developed housing and commercial and industrial buildings. So when you say, hey, let's move and migrate, if you move to where if you move to Atlanta, you're wasting your money because you're going to pay 300. I don't know what the housing prices in Atlanta. There's a lot of stuff that I don't know, so forgive me for that. So you're going to pay $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 for something that's already been built, and you didn't build that, you didn't buy it, you didn't develop it, you weren't the architect, you weren't the general contractor, you weren't the interior decorator. So like you got it, but somebody else really you got a $300,000 house and then a $600,000 loan on that $300,000 house, and everybody that really made the money off of that has been paid and left. So what we're trying to figure out is like what are the consequences of migrating to new states, and how can we get ahead of it so that we're the people that politically and economically benefit from that. And it doesn't matter whether you're going into rural Georgia or rural South Carolina or Alabama or Tennessee or Indianapolis. Going to an existing place is going to be a waste of your, financial and economic power. So, that's my little tirade. What's up, Thursday? What you got? You got a question? You got a comment?
Yeah, yes, I do have a question and a comment. Well, actually, is an input thought. Yeah, that's exactly what I have been seeing the most. Is that if you leave and you go somewhere, you got to have a purpose to be able to, manifest off of what that was going to. Because if you go to these areas, you're still in the same trap. You had a purpose of getting there to be a base, yes, but you're not thinking about the economic part. And that's where you were saying, because people are not seeing that part, but they do see that part because now you're stuck under the same structure of working for the same entities and being at this chopping block of being accepted or denied. But, when you think about these rural areas that you just mentioned, if we import our own contractors, our own black contractors, our own people, and be able to subsidize them at the same rate as creating something for everybody. I wouldn't even care if you got your own contractor and you built 10 houses and you got 10 houses going on and you got, I don't know, probably like 300, probably like 20 people, and was able to just give them at home work jobs. And they don't have a way to make an economic base. They can't be able to sustain themselves in general. So I just wanted to put that in contrast. Like, you can't have one without the other.
Yeah, absolutely. But you're definitely going to need not just like one person moving there. You're going to need tens, hundreds, and tens of thousands of people to be do that. So what I'm trying to figure out, like, what's the least amount of people you need to move somewhere in order to sustain a set of businesses. So like how many people how many people need to shop at a grocery store for that to be profitable? How many people need to go ahead, what's up?
If it's a grocery store, to sustain a grocery store, you need, on an average year base, you need to be able to kick out, I don't know, that store need to be able to kick out about 3 mil, 2 to 3 mil. That's a profitable store. A grocery store, yeah. Profitable. Yeah. So if you think about it, how many people would it take in order to create that base?
Right. Okay. So it's a little more complicated than that, because right. So what happens is you got the grocery store, but those people also they're going to need they're going to need a Target, they're going to need a Walmart, they're going to need an IKEA, a Raymore, Flanagan. They're going there's going to be all of these other places. And so then the question is, what's the base number of people you need to, right now, and that's assuming that it's just the store. Right now, we got to think a little. If you can't just run an economy on that retail outlet. You need to have that retail outlet, and then slowly and surely start replacing all of the things that are in that store with black owned and or locally owned produce and whatnot. So you can't just be like, oh, we got a store, that's cool, and then importing ragu spaghetti sauce, because then you're paying ragu, right? You can't just do that and import all of this stuff. So you also have to look at what it would take to replace all of the things in those stores, and at what point and at what threshold you're like, okay, if I have these many people buying these many things at this much, because people normally buy that, then we get to start to look at, okay, what is a relatively self-sustaining um, economic system in the city. So I'm looking at the number of like maybe about 10,000 people. I may be way off. That may be high. That may be low. But that would kind of assume that you have local production and manufacturing of things. So instead of buying potato chips, you just buy potatoes and then you make the potato chips there. So you're adding the value and transforming the raw material into a finished product or set of finished product, close to where that is. So we got to figure out like, okay, what is really needed? Like, what are all of the things that we need to do in order for this thing to pop? So we can do this, one, and two, replicate not just the individual store, but the network of stores, the network of businesses that are then, supplying that locality. Because one of the problems with one of the problems that we suffer, Black people in America suffer from, is we're not like, we don't really have scale. Like, we try to open a store, but then like, if I am open a grocery store or a competitor to Target, how much of that stuff is actually made and supplied by Black people, right? Like, I might have the Black retail outlet, but we got to look further up the supply chain and wider. And then what happens is, when we say, oh, okay, we're going to do this, we get the funding, a couple of people move, et cetera, et cetera. Somebody opens a store, then we start doing this. Eventually what's going to happen is we start replacing all, the in the international community, they would have programs what they used to call import substitution initiatives. So what will happen is, like, in Africa, they'll be like, oh, we need to develop. So what we're going to do is we're going to make sneakers, right? Or we're going to make these, high end goods that maybe not everybody needs, or, they're luxury items. So, and then it's always at the end of the process. So, you just are the factory. Like, you don't grow the cotton, you don't spin the flywheel, you don't grow the cotton for the shoelaces, you don't grow the rubber for the soles, you don't grow the leather for the things. You just are, have the manufacturing plant, which is definitely a couple jobs. But what'll happen is a lot of the stuff still gets imported. So what they're trying to do is, what those programs were trying to do is allegedly create replacements for high-end imports, but they didn't have the population to support those businesses. So we got to look at not just, hey, I want to make this business. You got to look at, quite literally, business ecosystems. And that's why this, Gray's Black State of American Migration, where we want to focus on the state, is so critical, because it 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 is the bedrock of concentration that we need, instead of having, you know, a couple people in Virginia Beach and a couple people in San Diego trying to do some stuff. Like, that's cool, that's great. But until we start building our stuff from scratch, one, and doing it at scale, we're never going to jump the shark. We're never going to cross the chasm, and we're never going to get big enough and bad enough to supply everything that we need for ourselves. And what we get when we have a city, a county, and a state is we actually have protection for that, so that you can't have extractive practices. Like me personally, I'm a high tax environment person, because if you have low taxes, that means some company is allowed to turn a public good into a private wealth. But if you have high taxes, it's a lot harder to make a dollar, because the money goes to the state instead of to the money goes to the state and the municipality instead of being pocketed by super exploitative capitalists. So that's my what's up. You got what's up?
Okay, so I was listening. So, if it's possible for all the businesses that are out there that are good for us and is being created by us and ran by us, and I'm gonna use this for an example because this is the only one that I can think of at the top of my head. I'm gonna say, okay, why won't we franchise some of these places and import them to the locations that we feel that is desirable for our means? A lot of things, just getting it from the ground running, as you said, is going to take some time. But for some of these other businesses, they're already existed. They just need to be duplicated and put in a place where we can all be able to access them. Another thing is I realized, because when you was talking about 10,000 people, would that be enough? Yeah, of course. I look at the city of Carmel. Carmel is the richest county in America. It's just what it is. It's the richest county in America, and I'm like literally down the street from that county right now, where everybody basically live either in a mansion or everybody just have a damn Tesla just driving up and down crazy. But there's a small little community out in Carmel with of 10,000 people. They have a store called Market District. This store that I used to go to a lot, it has everything that you would need from inside of this grocery store. There's a restaurant. They have, their whole entire grocery supply. On top of that, they have like a miniature IKEA type setup. So it's real diverse. But in our poor man's world, we would call that a flea market, or one of our little thrift stores or something like that. So I'm looking at the projection of what you said. It's all possible, but I just wanted to say, if it was possible that we import some of, our already, established businesses and, probably, try to franchise them.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I am so one of my gigs was I developed websites with this thing called Drupal, which is I like to call WordPress for grown-ups. And at the base of it, it had this thing, they call it open source technology, like Linux or whatever. So basically, 40, some odd years ago, you had Microsoft out there and a couple other Cisco systems and DEC, and Dell and whatever, before Dell actually. And what they would do is they would write code, but they would own the code and charge everybody for it. And so some people created this whole movement, like instead of writing code and just having these large companies charge people goo gobs of money, let's do this thing called open source. Because what would happen is they would write code and then they would run this through obfuscator to make it so that anybody else that downloaded and used it couldn't figure out how it was working, so they couldn't actually read it. So what they said is, like, instead of having this obfuscated code, I'm going to just give you the real code unobfuscated, and you can use it and reuse it, whatever, which, drastically drove the prices down of what it costs to do things in software. So I'm definitely a big fan of, doing some type of licensing and franchising model. And, even if it's not just a franchise model where you charge somebody to, use your brand, you can just have, free, open and available to the public. Like, listen, here's a business plan. Oh, you want to open a coffee shop? Go download this PDF, and it shows you, it's 4,000 pages long. And the reason it's 4,000 pages long is because it describes all of the things you need to buy, the 5 or 6 different things that everybody needs to do, the parameters for the equipment, X, Y, and Z. So I'm definitely down for that. But in the beginning, we need to find somebody that's willing to say, like, hey, yeah, this is how you run my business. That's fine. You just do it over there. So because what happens is, places like Starbucks and Dunkin' Donuts, they figured it out and they're like, oh, okay, cool. Well, I'm going to go do this again and again and again. But what we want more, instead of having some national brand, well, actually a franchise model is great because you're balancing corporate name recognition with local ownership. I just wouldn't want it to be a situation where it's McDonald's, which basically just owns the land under it and then rents the land to whoever runs the store. If we're going to do that, we want a situation where the person that owns the store also owns the land, and they don't got to rent it from anybody in perpetuity. And then that's just the way that is.
Hey, look, I believe a super majority black state can pass laws and regulation to make sure that the black investors own the land, and also they can pass laws that says that like a state that's 80% black, we can say, okay, 80% of the franchises have to be owned by local. Maybe can't say black owned investors and corporation, but we can say it had to be owned. 80% of the franchises had to be owned by local investors.
I really appreciate that point because I am very hesitant to endorse something that is explicitly black or freedmen in terms of ownership. But as soon as you say local, like, I'm with it, because like the last thing we need is the last thing we yeah, right. Like the last thing we need is that, and the last thing we need is to scare away investors in terms of or existing businesses, like the businesses that exist in the state already. Like they're fine because they're headquartered in the state, but anybody that owns a business outside of the state, they'd be like, oh, okay, well, I can't do business there, and that's fine, right? Because in open forum and in the back end, people have been like, yeah, we can't scare all of the existing businesses that are there away, and I kind of agree with that. And yeah,
agreed.
Yeah, I want to address something Thursday was talking about as far as the one. I think a Black American homeless said one black person moves in, one white person moves out. And then married black parents talked about white flight. So here's what accelerates both of those, and that is Black Americans gain political power. When we start electing our own people under a new black political party, that will accelerate the idea amongst those who are not Black Americans that it may be time to get out, because the writing is essentially on the wall once they realize that they don't have control over their environment anymore. So that's one thing to keep in mind when we're talking about coming into these states and taking over really towns, cities, counties, and then ultimately the state. And as long as your intentions are working up the political pyramid, if you will, you'll see that occurring because they know, they understand. It's not like they are very politically aware. In as much as, you know, we are not as politically aware as a you know, race. Say it again.
I was laughing at something else. My Twitter is like, it's telling me it's not responding. So I was trying to turn my mic off, but it won't let me. So sorry about that.
Oh no, that's fine. So yeah, I just, you know, I'm just wanting to say, you know, if you're thinking about, because we did discuss how we would really try to not only encapsulate Black American freedmen into the state constitution as a protected class. We've had cases where I believe it was Miss Coops who talked about how in Hawaii they have the Native Hawaiians or a protected class in Samoa and Guam, and I think even in Alaska, the natives have a protected class status where they have certain rights that do not apply to all of the citizens. And I think that California Reparations Task Force, by them really, really going hard for lineage-based repair, they may be the precedent that set. Anything that Black people do is going to end up in court, especially when it's specifically for Black Americans. But because it is lineage based and not race based, meaning that it doesn't affect all Black Americans, it doesn't cover all people who have Black skin, it is specific to a specific group. That may actually be the key to you know, a legal challenge or whatever in terms of, you know, issues that may come up like that. So it would be about educating the corporations and explaining to them, hey, look, we want you here. We just need it to be a situation where we are partnering your corporation, your business model with the people who have been harmed the most and who have really been kept out of those opportunities. So, you know, I think, you know, we know that corporations such as McDonald's and Home Depot and Lowe's and Ford, and there's probably a long list who have advertised on Black owned entertainment vehicles, who show up to Black owned concert venues and whatever and what have you. They do want Black American business, and when they see us politically organized, they don't want to be kept out of the state. That's something that we got to also acknowledge, the fact that while we do want to, you know, cater a little bit to some of these corporations, they don't want to be left out, because at the end of the day, there's going to be, you know, millions and billions of dollars being spent. And so that's a market that, you know, if they intentionally pull themselves out of, it's really their loss, because, you know, if not homegrown businesses, there are other competitors that will want to do business in our states.
Look, Gray, I've been saying this for years. Once Black Americans take political control of a state, and our political party controls the state, right? These big white corporations, to do business in that state, they will support, they will give money to Black political party or the Black political party that controls the state, because they want to do business in that state. So they will, you know, support our political party. They have no choice if they want to do business in our state.
Agreed. I do believe, as they see us moving up that political ladder, that absolutely the money will come flooding in from places that we can't even imagine today. Because they, especially as they see the organization of it, and understanding that we're all moving, you know, essentially with the same purpose. And when you have a a large group of people that are moving as one, you know, it just invites all these economic opportunities for people who want to partner and or who want to, you know, profit from it as well. I mean, there's partnership, there's profiting as long as we ensure that our people are also profiting. You know, that's the American system. So yeah, absolutely. It looks like Mary got like he said, he for some reason he does have these Twitter issues. It normally happens a little bit later. I posted something up in the Jumbotron where they talk about the theft from COVID relief plan known as PPP was even worse than they thought. This is the biggest fraud of a generation, is what they're calling it. And you know, I caption this that white collar criminals are the real super predators. All they do is steal, deceive, con, fraud, embezzle, lie, take, loot, rob, corrupt, colonize, pilfer, and plunder. In my book, I talked about how this is one of their biggest tools is embezzling and defunding, and we see it in Mason, Tennessee. That's one of our most recent examples. But this is how, you know, the system of white supremacy tends to operate, is through fraud and embezzlement and con and stealing. And so we got to always, you know, be very wary and be very aware of those tactics, because that's how they operate for sure. We got a Dalton Russell who wants to come up to speak. Let me take a look at this. 0 followers, 1 person following. I really don't want to do that. So let's just continue the conversation. I don't like those type of profiles. And I got Marcel up here again for the people in the room. You know, we post him every chance we get. He definitely supports Black statehood. He talks about it often. He's a champion for the state of South Carolina. And I would love to see Delaware become a Black majority state. And then I will definitely personally put a lot of effort and energy into the state of South Carolina as the second and or third Black majority state, because it's a beautiful state. It's got so many opportunities. It's sparsely populated, and you know, it certainly can become a Black majority state. So I believe after the first one, there'll be so many more. You know, the Black State of America map, which I did just remove Oregon, or not Oregon, but I removed Oklahoma, and then the Black American homeland map. You know, we got to get this southeastern United States within the hands of Black America. The thing I did update the map, and then what I changed, instead of calling them guaranteed states versus potential states, the red states, just as a pretty good estimate, I estimate 18 million voters across those 8 states. And that's Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, Maryland, and Delaware. I estimate roughly 18 million voters to take over all 8 of those states, which is probably pretty equal to the amount of population that we have that doesn't currently live within those southern states. Then the blue states, which before I labeled them as potential, that's Tennessee, North Carolina, and Virginia. And I estimated that approximately 21 million Black voters would be necessary to take over those states. So that's where you kind of look at the numbers, and we could utilize the population to the best possible advantage. You would see that you know, the advantage goes to the other states. That's not to, encourage anybody or discourage anybody, because we know Memphis, Tennessee is a huge black mecca, as well as some North Carolina cities and Virginia cities as well. But if we can just utilize the black population to the best possible utilization, that's really why I wanted to put that in that new updated version of the Black Native American map.
Hey, Gray, did you say black voters or just black to migrate?
I say voters because, and honestly, that's what I'm going through and looking at the current voter, looking at who's registered to vote. I mean, that certainly will play a factor. It'll probably reduce the amount of people needed, just like in Delaware, where to match the white population, you need 500,000 or so, but to actually exceed the voting population, you're really around 300,000, and that's because when their vote is split, there's 500,000 white voters in Delaware today. Roughly, there's about 170,000 black voters, but the white vote is split between the Democrats and the Republicans, and that's unlikely to change anytime soon. And so, if they split 60-40, even 70-30, but with the 160 that's there, 170 and 300, you're almost at 500, and because their 500 is going to be split, they just can't beat 470 or 450 even, because their vote split. So when you start looking at these states, and that's why I really encourage people to become experts on the state that they really want to champion and advocate for, because you really got to get into the voting numbers and the voting history, and historically, some of these states, it might be 50-55% of the people who are registered to vote who actually vote. In other states, it may be as high as 70%, but it's never really ever 100% voter participation. It's usually, and usually on the presidential elections, the national elections, that's when the vote totals are a little bit higher than normal. So that plays a factor as well. But essentially, each state is going to be different, and the voting is going to be the most important part of it, because the voters are going to usher in whatever changes we hope to accomplish, outside of the Democrat and the Republican Party.
Yeah, good example, Gray. When I calculated the 8-state southern region, the total population was 45 million. This is in 2016. And black people, there are 13 million black Americans in the 8-state southern region. And then the rest of the population, 32 million, are white. Well, actually, 29 million are white and 3 million are Hispanic nation. Now, for us to equal the non-white population, we need additional, what is that, 32 minus 14, we need 18 million more black Americans in the 8-state southern region just to equal the white and non-black population of 32 million.
Okay, to equal, and then what do you? So in order to create that 20% separation, it sounds like
I'm dependent on that 20% to leave.
Yeah, I get that, the white flight, and that plays a part in the voting as well, because as you as you come in and you start taking, like I said, you take over little towns, you take over bigger cities, you take over the county. Now, every non-Black person in that county at that point, they are subject to Black rule. And that creates a really interesting political situation for them that I believe some may say, it's time for me to cash my chips in and move on down the road, whatever they're going to do. So that certainly will apply a lot of pressure to the current population that's not Black Americans. Right. Thursday.
Sorry about that, everybody. No, I actually wanted to talk about electoral college votes. That's something that a lot of us probably didn't look at or think about, and that does play a big ass factor when it comes down to the major arena. When it comes down to like a presidential election.
That's the number one thing I talk about is the electoral college votes.
Yeah, let me say this. Okay, go for it. You got it? Yeah, I'll go after you.
No, about the electoral college votes. Okay, yeah, the 8-state Southern region has 80 to 81 electoral college votes. And basically the electoral college vote just give us power on the federal level. That it give us the seat at the table or the votes to vote for the president. That's the main thing that the electoral college vote does. And that's power. It's power. So, yeah, that's all I have to say. Go ahead, Blabber.
Yeah, I'll add to that. So like he said, and I haven't done a calculation of all of the states. We certainly would want to be, coordinating the governors. There's governors associations all across the country, so that's not unusual for states to coordinate activity together, as well as if we had multiple senators, they would caucus together. We would have a Black state caucus in the U.S. House of Representatives as well, and it may be a situation where the senators and the U.S. reps all caucus together as one. And so with these electoral college votes, the way that there's two things that you could do. You could either move your primary up to try to gain some early influence. You can move it to the middle. You could try to have where your 8 states, if they're all Black majority states, they all kind of vote together like a Super Tuesday or whatever they call it. And so by doing that, yes, you are going to have this major, massive influence. You would really just want to try to position yourselves in a place where you had the maximum impact, whether early, middle, or at the very end, so that, if you went at the very end where some people think the race is already decided, not necessarily, because now you become the deciding factor in whatever is going on in the country in terms of the presidential election, because all the votes are essentially in terms of these primaries. And so you're going to get an opportunity to decide who becomes the nominee for the Republican and or the Democratic Party, essentially in the way that goes. So, there's different ways to look at it, different ways to think about it. I will sort of leave that up to the experts, because if you're first, you have that level of influence. If you're in the middle, at that point, it becomes a little more important as well. And then at the very end, you essentially are the deciding vote. So, you'd want tangibles, you want legislation that was, binding legislation, so that it's not just coming in with empty promises. So that, if this person like Joe Biden, who gets ushered into the presidency and then completely ignores Black America for, essentially the last 2 years, and I'm sure will continue to ignore Black America for the next 2 years. So, yeah, I mean, that's a lot to think about, but when you have black majority rule, you're circumventing the need for any real national, federal, presidential policy. In as much as you already have your senators, you have your U.S. reps, you have your governors, you are essentially in control over everything that goes on in your state, and you have actual real political power within the houses of Congress. So that whole influence over who becomes president becomes less important, because you're right there with them, and as far as I can tell.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe electoral college vote can be changed at the last minute of the election, if I'm not mistaken.
And so recently, and I don't know if this was the Biden or the Trump election, but it was one of these past elections. There was a lawsuit where some state or some electorates, they wanted to withhold the votes for the person who got the most votes. And so I'll try to find it, but you could probably Google it and find it, that lawsuit. And I'm pretty sure they confirmed the fact that they could not change the vote. They had to vote based on the will of the people. So if they were to change the vote, they were essentially changing the will of the people. I think is how that lawsuit came down.
So
okay.
If I remember correctly, so basically what happens is I live in Pennsylvania. So let's say the the Republicans have been gerrymandering shit out of shit. So, if Pennsylvania was like 50-50, right? 50% Democrat, 50% Republican, but the Republicans gerrymandered the state so that it was, 60-40. Then what happens is they get the 60-40 electoral college votes. And there's a movement to get states to sign on for the popular vote. So basically what happens is states have signed up or signed on to a pledge that says if 2/3 of the rest of the country signs on to this popular vote thing, then what would happen is instead of dividing them up according to such and such a distribution, we would go with the popular vote type thing. I think is that what you were talking about?
No, actually, basically, the electoral college vote going against what the people, let's say the people voted for the Democrat Party, but the electoral college vote voted for the Republican Party.
Yeah, that's more of the
I mean, actually, I think that happened in Florida. That happened in Florida. I think the Democrat Party got the majority of the votes, right? But because the way Florida is gerrymandered, the Republican Party actually won the electoral college votes.
Yeah, so that's the thing, because everybody's talking about the popular vote versus the the districted vote. So so we're kind of saying the same thing.
Yeah.
You know what? I love when you brought up the because you're basically describing open primaries and open voting so that it's not restricted to party. And I think going into Delaware, it's not that way. A lot of states restricted, but that's something we would be. It probably would be a good thing initially to try to get open primaries so that way everybody can vote for whoever. Like, you're not restricted to one party or the other. It essentially makes everybody independent voters, if you will. Now, because we have the majority population, we would always win simply because we have the majority voting population. That's really the ultimate game changer in circumventing like gerrymandering. All that's based on these two political parties and blah 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 fighting against each other, trying to get control over the state. I would want to get rid of gerrymandering because it really is only meant to benefit these two particular parties. It's not meant to benefit the people at all. So, that's something that I certainly need to look into. But essentially, having the majority vote, it would negate that gerrymandering anyway, because you're going to always voting as a block, to overcome that obstacle. Mr. Thursday.
Yes, guys, you're completely right, because people don't look at the bigger portion of what's going on with these electoral colleges. I mean, just California alone is 55 votes. That's just California. That's the highest amount of votes you can get. You know what I'm saying? So winning California is already important. Then after that, what comes to places like Florida, Illinois, you know, Pennsylvania, New York, and that's basically how a lot of things are getting rigged up. And if you're not going for the presidential major vote, then you gotta look at the House of Representatives, because that's the person that really decides everything, whether there's a president or not. You know what I mean? Because the House of Representatives is what makes the House moves. You can have all the presidents in the you want, but if you don't have a good House representative, nothing's gonna move. Period. And those are some things that a lot of us don't even really think about in the political world. I mean,
so I'm gonna disagree with that for a couple of reasons.
Go for it.
Well, first, because when we talk, like in the House, you have 435 people, and they get elected 2 years. So there's definitely going to be a lot more churn and turnover. So it's actually a little bit harder to get things done in the House than it is the Senate. I want to say, right now, I do still want to say that the presidential election is still, King Kong of this joint. And I was paying attention to something else, but I heard Gray talking about the presidential election and being able to exert force or power in there without having the full without like playing between the two parties. So what happens is, one of the biggest, one of quite literally the most important deal struck for the future of the freedmen was in, I think it was like 1877 or 1878 election. I forget what it's called, but basically, the northern guy won, but the southern states were like, nah, and so they brokered a deal, and they were like, well, your guy won, my guy lost. So basically, they said, we'll let your candidate win if you take the military out of the South, which was pretty much the functional end of Reconstruction. And I think that was like the Hayes. I don't know why, I don't remember that. But so what that is indicative of is, election these days are made, down to the wire. You got to get 270 electoral votes in order to win. And electoral votes, a wonderful woman, Alexis, highlighted this a couple weeks ago. The electoral votes are based on how many people in the House you have and how many senators. So there's like 535 electoral votes, one for each person in the House and one for each person in the Senate. So when we achieve majority voter state, we will have, let's say 3 electoral votes. That may not be, a whole lot, but when the margins, when the election is 272 to 268, those 3 are super critical. So what would happen is as soon as we get 3, 5, after like 2 or 3 states, we don't even have to get all. I think it was 80 that Black American Homeland cited. We don't have to get all 80. If we just get 10, and we get a 10 majority, in our own political party, we can say, listen, we decide who the president is, and if you want to be president, these are the things that you're going to have to fall in line with, or we're going to have a whole nother election again, because we ain't voting. We're not going to assign our votes to you guys, because no, like you haven't done anything for us, and you don't intend to do anything for us in the future. So that's one. In terms of like the house not being that important, it's important. It is important. It is important in the electoral college in that way, and it's also important that in addition to having a majority black state, we have our own political party, because what we don't want to do is to sell and broker our vote inside of the context of the Democratic or the Republican Party. Like those are just two parties. Like nobody says that they are the ones that we have to go with. So it's super important that while we're talking about building this big political base, that we don't do it using somebody else's tools. So when we, in the important part of creating this for the 18 million people that live in the South, and however many people live in the North and whatnot, is to start looking at how we can start winning local elections. So earlier today, I was looking at the city of Dover, and I found that, the city of Dover had a special general election, and this woman Julia Pillsbury, who's nonpartisan. Like a lot of these people are nonpartisan. Won in a special election with 272 votes. And then there was an at-large general election, and this guy Andre Bogarty won with 470 votes. Now, that's not a federal level thing. That's not a state level thing. That's just in Dover. However, your first win is your first win. So it's important that we, while we're talking about this massive, large, movement of black people, while we're saying, 500,000, we have to look at on the ground, like what are the first couple wins that we need to make? And the first couple wins are getting 500 people to move to Delaware, specifically Dover, so we can elect our first official, and then figure out from there what we do next. Because a lot of people want to talk about the revolution 20 years down the road, but what we need is the revolution in 3 months and 6 months and 2.5 years to start figuring out what we need to do in what sequence, and then we go from there. So I just wanted to say, the most practical thing would be right now would be to figure out what we're gonna call our party and how often we're gonna party. Because if we're gonna be in Delaware, or if we're all gonna be in Dover, Delaware, we gotta, we gotta have some barbecues and shit. So people come out and be like, yeah, I'm gonna vote for this dude, because you might not actually have to have 500 voters. If you got somebody that's a community organizer and cool in the gang with everybody, like they're gonna pull in people. You throw a couple party planners down there, and you get some of the students to register to vote in at Delaware instead of in their home state, then you got a movement, right? So we gotta think about brass tacks, and that's one of the reasons we like Dover, Delaware. In case y'all didn't know, Dover, Delaware, it's a very low population city. It's only got 40,000, less than 40,000 people, and it looks the stats that I just saw. It looks like 40% of them are black. So that's what's up. And then if we talk about building businesses, there's a lot of crime, and everybody knows that crime is indicative of low economic mobility. So if we go down there and we start opening stores that we own and work at, that's one thing, and we make the stuff in it. That's another. So this becomes a self-fueling movement, and we don't want to. You don't want to start running a race until you tie your shoes. And, for now, for us, tying our shoes is looking at what's going on in Dover, Delaware, and trying to figure out people that are willing to move to Dover, Delaware, in order to start, start this thing going.
Man, that was beautiful. Let me give you your flowers. Earlier, Georgia, she was giving you flowers, and you weren't in the room yet. But man, I want to give you your flowers on that.
What's up, Georgia? Hey.
Yeah, it reminds me of that Free State Project video that I watched, where for essentially the last 10 years they've been going in and getting these small elected positions of office. And now, I mean, it's like a whole is like, there's a whole whole movement, whirling storm, buzz, whatever you want to call it. But that is the exact way that we need to be thinking and moving and attacking. And it really highlights the fact that 100% of the voters don't ever really vote. I mean, it's really, they talk about on these off years, which ain't even the midterms, like when they have elections, even in between the midterms and the main elections, those off years, even less people are voting. So the opportunities are wide open for sure. So, man, I love the fact that you're really digging in like that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, man. I'm with the shits. Listen, I'm with the shits. Like, I got a history degree, so if I'm gonna talk about something, I'm gonna know a little bit about it. And I've been thinking, like, I don't want to move to like a place that got 10,000 people. Listen, I probably don't even want to move to Dover, Delaware. But like, if you with the shits, you're gonna move to Dover, Delaware, because that's the place that we say it's gonna get popping. Because I'm trying to figure out how to write a very persuasive and factual single tweet. It's probably going to be impossible. It might be like 5 tweets, a single tweet, so that if somebody's like, yeah, we can't get it together, don't nobody know what the solution is, etc. So like the thing I was working on today is like, basically, if Black progress requires an integrated geopolitical economic vision or plan. And that's basically us deliberately moving to places so that we build all of the infrastructure, the houses, the buildings, the cities, the roadways, etc. And, we're the companies that build them, if not the suppliers of the raw materials. And then that is the beginning of Black financial wealth and independence, because we're not paying inflated prices and for finished work to do stuff that we could do ourselves. And if we couple that with electing other Black officials that are with the shits like we are, instead of these let's call them social climbers and assimilators that are currently at the forefront of being elected, then because they're not going to liberate us. They're going for marginal and incremental change and following whatever way the wind blows. So we need people that are dyed in the wool, like Hotep ass community activists that want to fuck shit up and are willing to move in order to fuck shit up. Like you got you got your little internet business, and you can move wherever you want. You can go to you can go to Colombia or Puerto Rico and live there, or you can come with us to go to Delaware and like really be with the shits. I mean, like, let's take over. Because we need wins that are for us, not wins that are with other people. Like there's a point where there's a point where you have to let your kid's hand go so they can cross the street by themselves. And not that I want to thank the Democratic or Republican Party for anything, but they've at least given us the example of how to be a powerhouse. And that's what I want. Like I don't want to play in their games. I don't want to play in their league. I want my own power base, and I want my own businesses, and I want everybody to prosper with me. And we cannot do that in the current system. And when I say cannot, I mean, like, there is no example where a large group of Black people have prospered in this system. Like,
only individual.
Now there is Maryland, right? Because there's parts of Maryland, like between Baltimore and DC, that's prosperous. But the reason there's prosperous is because that's where the original base of slaves were. Tidewater, Virginia and Maryland and DC area is where the majority of Black people originally were. And, in the 1600s and whatnot. And it wasn't until they realized that, or it wasn't until they killed enough Indians and then realized that they could grow tobacco and cotton for export and rice, that they started moving millions of Black people from that area and spread them out across the South. So that's what happened. That was literally the first Great Migration. Like, people talk about the Great Migration from the South to the North. The actual Great Migration was from the Washington D.C., Virginia, the DMV area to the whole South, and then that's where that happened. And the second Great Migration was when the second Great Migration was really an escape from white terror. It wasn't like a migration like, let's go here because of X, Y, and Z. Like, there were quite literal, terror campaigns to lynch, murder, rob, drown, disappear, kill, maim, terrorize, and all of this stuff to Black people. So they left. So Black people no longer had a majority Black state, because I think it was South Carolina and Mississippi, both at one time, were actually majority Black states. And then they gave them Negroes the vote, and the white people were like, oh no, this is not going down like that. And so, they took their upon themselves in their localities and whatnot to terrorize Black people to move. Like, my grandmother's dad was told, like, if you don't get out of Mississippi, we will kill you. And that's why she moved to DC. like I really had family kicked out of Mississippi, way back when. So, I'm saying this in general, and I'm saying this specifically from, family lore and whatnot. So we need to make sure that when we move, it's not, hey, we move because of some nostalgic connection. Because why are you nostalgically connected to some place you were forced to go in the first place? Right? Like that don't make sense to me. Let's nostalgically go to where we're going to have.
Actually, hey, Mary, I got a totally different take on that.
Of course you do.
Look, I grew up, I was born and raised in Virginia, right? And what I remember about Virginia and Maryland, the DC area, is that before the 60s, Black people couldn't get jobs in state government. A lot of Black people couldn't get jobs in local government. The only government that was hiring Black people was the federal government. That's why Maryland, DC, and Virginia became middle-class Black American areas, because the federal government was the only government hiring Black people. That's the number one reason. Now, when you talk about white people terrorizing Black people in the South, I did some research and found that the white government didn't want Black people leaving the South because they were losing revenue. They were losing labor. And they were losing consumers. So the white people in the South, they did not want Black people to leave. They wanted black people to stay in the South so they can use their labor, so they can use their consumerism and all the other good stuff. But the thing is, black people, they went north because there were job opportunities. I don't think it had anything. Well, yeah, it did have something to do with terrorism, but I think the main thing they left because of job opportunity.
All right, but cool. Like I get you disagree, but listen, they were lynching Negroes. It wasn't like, oh, well, yelling at them. They were quite literally lynching and massacring them. The notion that black people didn't leave the South because there were lynching and massacres is absolutely crazy.
Hey, tell me this. How many people from 18...
I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer because...
I do. Yeah. I have the answer.
Well, then why are you asking me to tell you something that you already know?
Because I just want... Okay, look. Less than 500 people got lynched in the South. From 1880.
That's the wildest shit I've heard all day.
It's true.
Hey, I'm gonna add.
What website lied to you? Send me to that.
Yeah, I'm gonna add this because I've posted that there were not only these terror campaigns. I mean, there was terror all over the country. However, they had campaigns where they were giving black families tickets to get on the Greyhound, to get on the train and they were promising them jobs. I just posted a story in
so I just said how many people were lynched in the South. I googled it, and it says the first thing it says is the Tuskegee Institute has recorded the lynchings of 3,446 blacks and the lynching of 1,296 whites, which occurred between 1882 and 1968. So whoever lied to you, you should go smack them.
No. When I did my research on that, right? When they did their lynching, they including people that got... See, when they say lynching, to me, lynching is a specific way of killing somebody, and that's hanging somebody. When they use lynching, they using people getting shot or they using other...
No. The number.
I get your specificity, and your specificity is like you're trying to undermine the commonly accepted word. Like they were murdered.
Punch Bowl was like 20,000 black Americans murdered in one location. Like, come on, man. You can't believe what you're selling right now because we know it was a murder campaign. A matter of fact, I posted an entire thread where teachers who were brought to the South during Reconstruction are literally writing, there's murder everywhere, and they were specifically talking about the black people. There's death everywhere. This is well documented. So yeah, man, you got to do more research on that.
Yeah. Okay. No. Don't do more research. Don't do no more research.
Let's go by your number. That's 3,000. How much? 3,800 people lynched in the South from 1882 to 1968. There's more black Americans being murdered, 10,000 every single year. Bob, I mean, so you got 3,600 murders.
Yeah.
That's not relevant.
You are not making a good case.
The population is like at least 10 times, not 100 times more today. If you're comparing, can't compare apples and oranges when you're talking about numbers. During that time, what was our population? 4 million.
Right, I mean, and the most probably the most important thing. And just
okay, guys.
All right, so and just for the sake of even as a historian, right, the notion that we have been able to know all of the people who were lynched is absolutely ludicrous. They were the people that were doing the lynching and the killing and the burying and the throwing into the rivers were the damn police department. So of course they're not going to report that shit. So that number is just who there were recordings of. That's not an actual thing. Just like, 15 years ago, nobody really, like, what was that? The Rodney King verdict was like once in a while, like it was oh my God, I didn't know that was happening. Like it was a shock that happened, that Rodney King got beat on tape. All black people know somebody got their ass whooped.
Right.
But it got caught on tape. So just because it happened on tape doesn't mean all of the things that didn't happen on tape didn't happen.
Right. Okay. Look, this is my thing, right? Okay. I want Black Americans to move to the South, right? That's my thing. I want
you're stuck on a nostalgia that has never served us. And we're here trying to create a movement of people.
Nostalgia. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with
your family is nostalgia.
No,
that's why you want to go back to your family, because you remember them.
Correct.
That's nostalgia.
But I didn't think. No, to me, is having memories of great time. Look, I mean, to me, that's what that word means. But going back to your family, right? To me, that's
Listen, tell your family to come to Delaware too. Then we can all party.
No, well, look, all my family are going to Virginia, Maryland. Virginia, North Carolina.
Well, tell them Georgia, they're wrong and follow you. Like,
huh?
Tell them they're wrong.
No, I'm not telling them they're wrong. That, to me, that's right. I'm telling my people to go to Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. That's
I mean, right, and that so that's that's one of the differences. Like, we're trying to get black political power as fast as possible, and you're not.
Well, see, the thing is, look, I let people go where they want to go, because you can't tell people, hey, I want you to go to this state. They're not going to listen to you.
I damn sure can tell people that, because I've done it. Not only that, every place that they're going, white people built. I'm literally I'm the only person that I hear or see on Twitter saying black people need to build our own cities. So wherever you say go here, they're going to move into a place that with the infrastructure and probably the house is built by white people. And that's why white people are still going to make money off of this migration. And it's only when we are the people building the cities, the developments, the houses, the businesses, and the towns that we will prosper from it instead of white people.
Hey, Mary, this is what I understand, right? Black people want to leave Africa. I told you already, I've been to 7, 8 African countries. Black people would not move. Black Americans would not move to Africa because Africa doesn't have.
Who's saying go to Africa?
Huh? No.
Like, who's saying go to? Is Delaware in America? Is in North America or Africa?
Hold on. Let me explain myself. Right.
I'm sorry.
Black Americans won't move to Africa because Africa doesn't have the critical infrastructure. That means they do have to build everything from scratch. Now, my thing about the Black American homeland is that the 8-state southern region has all the critical infrastructure already built. So really, we don't have to build anything from scratch, but we just have to improve on the infrastructure, and we'd be okay. Look, the 8-state southern region, I've been to 30 different countries, right? And the 8-state southern region has all the critical infrastructure, all the amenity that any country.
Who was it built by?
Huh?
Who was it built by?
Well, the Japanese critical infrastructure was built by the Japanese. The Korean infrastructure built by the Koreans.
Yeah, right. And then you okay, cool. And that's perfect that you said that. But then you want Black American critical infrastructure to be built by white people. Is that what you're saying?
Look, I'm saying that the critical infrastructure is already built. That's all I'm saying.
It's built and it's expensive, it's dilapidated, and we're going to have to inherit that. Or we can build it from scratch. Hey, we can argue about this all day, but let's talk about Georgia and Thursday because
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let's get these other hands up. Let me say this though: the Black American Homeland did put up in the jumbotron a post that talks about these massacres. We know about the Red Summer of 1919, but this guy has a map with dates on all these different massacres that occurred across the country. You know, take a look at it when you get a chance. But I think Georgia's up, and then Thursday's after that.
I have a question. Excuse me. From the guy with the map. I saw some maps where it is predicted that the lower southeast will go underwater due to climate change. And I was wondering if you had that a map that read like that, and if what you're saying is that the regions are getting hotter, and I know I had heard a couple of other people were saying that the weather had changed in the West, do you predict that Delaware will become a little bit over state? That's all.
Okay, are you? Is that for me? Well, look, okay, the global warming. I'm not really a big person on that, right? Look, if the South, if the South, like Louisiana, Mississippi, Florida, Georgia, you know, if the sea levels, if they raise right, we have all the technology, the engineers that can build these dikes or wherever we need to mitigate these situations, like what they do in Europe. I mean, they already know what they need to do to fight against this. This is happening in the Philippines. This is happening in Thailand, in Vietnam, and Hong Kong. They already know what they need to do. So I'm not even worried about that.
My question is, do we know do about it?
See, and that's the thing. Most black, I mean, I don't say most black people. I never stay away from that, but most people don't know.
Can I finish my question?
Yeah, sure.
My question is, do we as black people know, because we're going to be black majority and we going to take over and all, we know how to correct that situation? And the second question is, I'm thinking about Alabama. I was listening to you guys talk. I'm thinking about Alabama specifically, where the black people in that town, they are living in what the United Nations calls in a third world country. And so they don't have infrastructure. So wherever we go, in my opinion, we are going to be building scratch or rebuild, whatever you want to call it, rebuilding, because the infrastructure is so old now, and the United States is not really giving money to the infrastructure of the United States. That's my question.
Right. Okay, I kind of lost your question, but I think I understand what you're saying. Okay, look, I've been to other countries, right? Even the state of Mississippi has better infrastructure than the whole country of Nigeria. Look, Mississippi produced more electricity than Nigeria or even Egypt. Mississippi, the poorest state in the United States, produced more electricity than most countries. So, I mean, I'm not worried about it. Look, when I was in Africa, right, a lot of African countries didn't have malls. They didn't have grocery stores. We have all that. We have all that. Now, you're right. There are some communities, some counties that are lacking in infrastructure, but then those are the those are the counties that we going to target. That's the we gonna put money in those counties to build their infrastructure. That's all I can say. You know, yeah, that's all I can say, man. We can make things better. I mean, if we going to get put money in Black communities. That is what we are going to do. Look, the white people that control the state, right? They are dependent on nepotism, cronyism, and corruption, and state and local contracts, right? When we take over the state, well, I'm not condoning cronyism or nepotism, but we will get the state and local contract, and because people are people, you know, Black people are going to practice nepotism and cronyism because that is the way the world works. It's not. It's nepotism and cronyism is not right, but because we are people, it's going to happen. That's all I can say.
Hey, I want to thank Georgia for that question. I actually was researching those maps. I never even heard of those maps, but I'm gonna say that they're way skewed to the left because that's the left side of politics in this country. I don't believe that we'll have 100 meters of sea rise in a very short period of time. The one thing said 2086. That seems highly unlikely. There's always regional flooding and like we said, hurricanes, tornadoes, etc. But there was a time on this planet when the Saharan Desert, which the whole entire United States can fit inside of, was lush and green like the Amazon jungle. So the Earth goes through changes, but I don't believe that it happens that fast. I think this is stuff that takes hundreds or thousands of years to develop. And so, I agree that, we have the infrastructure. We certainly put what we could in place, levees, locks, dams, etc. It may be that other parts of the planet, again, like the Sahara Desert, absorbs some of that water in ways that they're not really factoring into these models. So, I don't want to put all my faith into these computerized models that don't have all of the information. They're just really guessing, and they're I believe they're skewed to guess in a certain way anyway. So I wouldn't be overly concerned about that. So on Thursday's up.
Well, hey everybody. So I have to agree with what you're saying because the models are not based off of anything that's going to happen in the next 15 to 25 years. The models is based off of something that's supposed to happen in the next 1,000 years. So it has to build up to a momentum for that to actually happen. Second of all, if we are talking about a global warming issue, you will have majority of everything, the ice polar caps up north melting, coming down and spreading out across the world before it actually fill up to the bottom. That is something that you should be, thinking about. Second of all, it is easier to it's easier to go back and take an infrastructure that's already built, whether it's decrepit or not, and rehabilitate it. Do a little of that work too on the side. My brother do a lot of it. The majority of all these houses that you do see in America that you have, the foundation isn't knocked down. They want to keep that foundation because it's a lot more easier, to go back and add more stormproofing to the house and add other materials to it than to just knock it all over again and start over. That costs a shit ton of more money. That's something I can personally contest to. So you can look into all these houses that you see that is modern. They're not truly a modern house. They still have old structures that they have, but they have new material built around it or built within it, or a 50-50 split. That's one thing we should be looking at, in general. There's no lie. When the brother was talking about that a lot of places outside of America, their infrastructure is weak. It's true. It's very true. That's why you have places like Chile, would import a lot of people from Haiti to come rebuild up their places, and everybody do the same thing. You know, uh, when I was out there in Audi, France, the structure out there was not awesome. But I was able to see how they turned themselves into a modern the modern look right now when it comes down to building houses, even up here in Indiana, you know what I'm saying? Or when I go to Chicago, it's the same thing. It's same thing. Nothing changed. A lot of people, when you're out there in the New York area, you're still living in old school buildings that has been remodeled in the inside with newer structure. But the same integrity structure on the outside is what keep that building up. So really not too much of a difference. So that's one thing to think about. You want to cut as much cost as possible, but have a good structure. I mean, it, having a septic tank, just building one for 10,000 people, it costs way more money than you have people. And that's a septic tank. So I don't know. Just some things just be looking at.
Yeah, I think what Mary Black Parents is really talking about is not just building new homes, but building an entire ecosystem of Black businesses that not only work together to build the homes, but then you have these professionals that can build bridges or build roads and everything else that we're going to need going forward. So he's looking at the entire 360 degrees of it. So yes, we're gonna renovate what exists as we move in, but there definitely will be a need for new housing and new commercial properties.
Yeah. So like if we get 500,000 new people to move into Delaware, let's even Dover, Delaware right now, the population is about 40,000 people, and it's over 24 square miles, and it says that the population density is 1,500 people per square mile. If we double that, right? We just trying to get to 80,000. So because just for that county, Greg calculated that to be a majority in the county, we need 75,000 new voters in order to have the majority of the county. And let's just say in Dover, Delaware itself, we just get double the number of people. We're going to have to build a shit ton of new houses, a shit ton of new grocery stores, and a shit ton of new manufacturing facilities. And that's where I'm at. Like, it's not just, oh, here's a house, oh, like we need the jobs. So that's why I'm talking about building everything from the beginning to the end of the supply chain, because I don't want to build a house and then have to drive 20-30 miles, and my supply chain, the closest manufacturing plant for the supply chain is 40 miles away. No, we want that shit next door and downstairs. So what I'm saying is, so what, so on the one hand, while that we have that movement there, in order to do that, we have to fight a couple of battles. First, we have to get enough people in there. So we have to basically bid up the property prices, because we have people coming in hot, right? And then we have to get people elected so that they can change what the zoning board allows, because of course zoning board is going to be like, yeah, we don't want this 8-story building because the character of the neighborhood, or blah 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 this, or blah, like they add onerous requirements and whatnot. So what we're trying to do is make it you know pack the legislature, the local legislature, and then pack the zoning board, so that once we have the control of the zoning board, we can say, listen, we about to flip this. What we're going to do is we're going to quadruple the density of this 2 square mile area, so that we build 8-story buildings, so that we can move a lot of people in there fast as shit. And we also make it so that we license create new businesses and whatnot. So the people that are moving there, not only can they just get a job, like they can come and start a business. You want to run a coffee shop? Well, cool. Well, come on in. You were talking about franchising before, right? So we say, all right, let's do the franchise. But then we also present people with a captured market to sell to, and that they don't have to compete with Starbucks and Target and Walmart and all of these places. So that's just one. Now I personally want to build completely new from the ground up cities, because it's the land development that makes stuff valuable. So like if you drive around enough, what'll happen is you'll go through areas and you'll go by these strip malls, and the strip malls have a Walmart. They got they got a Target, they got a Whole Foods, they got a Bob's Burger, or not Bob's. They got Five Guys, they got Taco Bell. Like you go into that plaza and everything is a national chain, or at least a large regional chain. So then what happens is that shopping center is just taking money and throwing it to other parts of the country. I don't want that to happen. I want like all this stuff to be locally owned and locally developed. So instead of paying $400,000, $400,000 to buy a house, we can spend $400,000 to build three houses from scratch. Maybe not three, but like two houses from scratch. And then what happens is, all right. So the way I say it is, you can pay $250,000 for a house, but what you're paying for that $250,000 is you're paying the person that currently resides there. You're paying their mortgage off, and then you get a loan in order to pay that $250,000. So you're really taking a $450,000 loan on a $250,000 house. And then the only economic activity that's happening is some people are pushing papers. But if you buy a new house from the ground up, you got architects, you got architects, you got electricians, you got engineers, you got general contractors. You have all of this new economic activity that hundreds of people have to be involved in. So when I say like we do this, and I I mean I'm still going to connect to the electrical grid, right? But I don't need to sit on their streets. I don't want a city that's designed for cars, because cars cost every household another $10,000 a year. So instead of creating this car centric Shangri-La to replicate what the white people got, let's design something that we want for ourselves that is not part and parcel of what white people have, that is actually designed to make more white companies richer and richer. So that's my little spiel. What's up, Thursday?
Hey, yeah, go ahead, Thursday. Go ahead.
Okay, on top of that, right, and that would be pretty smooth, but at the same time, like, you get Dover, everybody's not going to end up fitting inside of Dover, So I think the best thing is to make, you know, a smooth transition, or to balance everything out. Why not focus on two locations, which is one up north and one down south? Because that will just make things a lot more balanced.
Yeah, because the reason is the electoral aspect.
Right, I see that. You know what I'm saying, and I know where Dover's at, because I didn't lived in Philly. I didn't hung out there over there in Camden. I already see how that works. Doing something else.
Yeah, but
so I see the aspect of that.
One of the most important things is that we got to concentrate somewhere. Give it, like everybody, people are on here talking about let's give people options, but every option dilutes dilutes the movement. You give people, what?
But why do you feel like Dover is that place to be when it comes down to, our voting base?
Because all right, so what Gray has figured out, like for the state of Delaware, requires the least amount of black people to move there in order to create a majority voting black state. And out of the counties, he identified the Middle County, Kent County, as needing the least amount of new black voters in this new political party to take over. So, like, there's other places in that county, like, Smyrna or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
But
Right.
those are a little rural. So I'm saying we go to Dover, and for two reasons. First, it's relative. It's the second largest city in the state, and so and even though it's a cheap state, like you can, black people want to be around black people instead of out in the sticks. So we move into Dover. It's already 46% African American or 40% something. So, like, the next 5,000 might actually pop. So that's a majority black city. And it's right. I think either inside of its borders or right next to it, you have Delaware State University, which is a HBCU. So what we can do is go there and be like, listen, we're doing all this, we're building all this up. If y'all looking for a job, just go across the street. So we would have, we would have the ability to influence the HBCU. Say like, listen, we about to do all this stuff. We need you to spin up this major, right? So there will be a tight coupled relationship with the HBCU right there. So that's why it's Dover.
Okay, I can see the aspects for Dover because of because of the size of how Dover is set up. That's the only reason why I can understand it because it's relatively like damn near the smallest goddamn state there is right now. So I can understand that.
That's
it's the second smallest state.
As far as everything else, there's going to be a lot of importing to that region because it doesn't have enough rural area, and it doesn't have enough area to actually produce some of the other things. But now I can understand why you're aiming at that direction. Period.
And you're definitely going to have to import stuff. What I'm not expecting it to like have all the farmland, but what the important thing is to have control of the manufacturing of the things. Like so, instead, like I said earlier in the conversation, instead of importing potato chips, you import potatoes, and you have a potato chip factory. So then somebody runs 2 or 3 machines to make your chumpies and your and whatever your favorite, chip is.
Yeah, so but if it's something like that, don't get me wrong, you don't want to import potatoes. You want to in-house grow potatoes.
No.
You do. That will create more jobs on top of that. It's easier to hydro farm something like a potato than it is to import a potato.
Yeah, let me jump this in here because in that thread, so Delaware they have their top 10 agricultural products. Some of them are like chickens, so that's outside of something you would grow necessarily, but they grow corn, I believe they grow wheat, watermelons. They do have rural farming that's occurring currently. Would it be enough to sustain the population of Delaware, which is now less than 1 million, and if we add 300, 400, 500,000, it's 1.5 million. I can't say that it wouldn't be enough to sustain that one population, but our goal is to leverage the state so that we can start partnering with black farmers in southern states. So if you say that the potato's not a product that you want to ship, that all well, so be it. But we would want to partner with black farmers in these other states, leveraging the state of Delaware as a vehicle to make that happen.
Right, because the domestic, thing out there in that region, it's not just corn. It's really, it's really seafood, man. Because seafood is what drives everything in that location. Even if you want to go talk about in Maryland and other places, it's about the seafood. It never has been about root veg. It's never been about, leaf veg and stuff. That's stuff that they import the most of. Places like that highly depends on breads, wheats, flours. That's kind of like what makes that city goes. What makes that city what it is. And this is something that I can contest to because if it's food or agriculture or how that is all played out, I see how that's going to go. Yeah. as far as like a voter base, I understand what you're saying because that is the most easiest and effective way to overtake a city. I think that was pretty goddamn awesome, to be honest with you, you know. But starting something, I know, and now I see why you want to do. I don't know, starting some things new, yes. Starting some things, being rehabilitated, I think that needs to be a 50-50 thing, you know, based off of, you know, what you can do and what you can't do in that location, because that's going to be a zoning issue.
Yeah, we talk about a 50-50 mix, a hybrid model, but we're taking over the zoning board. We're literally coming in to take over every political office within the county.
I get that, but zoning is something that nobody can take over. I mean, you can take over the position of zoning it, right? True, but you can't take over the position of breaking the zoning laws. That is something that you can't break.
You can change it.
Yeah, you can change it. You can absolutely update zoning. I'm an entrepreneur, so I've been looking into zoning for decades, to be perfectly honest. And I know across the country there's these universal zoning code whatever's that they're coming up with, but that doesn't mean that this state or this county has to follow that. It's not a requirement at all.
But look, I do understand what he mean is you probably don't want to change a zone that was for commercial and change it back to residential. I understand that part.
No,
Now,
absolutely
look,
you do.
yeah,
I
now,
think there's no reason to just blindly follow what some racist policy has created that in order to enrich people that we don't want to enrich anymore. Like a lot of zoning is based on like people used to get up, they would go to work and go back to sleep. They didn't have.
I can't hear you, Mary.
Yeah, you're completely silent.
Now, look. At Thursday, look, I came up with this idea of the Black American homeland, the 8-state southern region, almost 30 years ago. 1996, I was in South Africa, and I saw how the Black South African, even though they had no wealth, they had no businesses, they had no military, they had nothing. The only thing they had was super majority population of the country of South Africa, and they were able to take over that country because they had the super majority of the votes. Basically, democracy. That's the only reason why they were able to take over that country and take over the government. Now, in 1996, I said, wow, well, if the South Africans can do it, I said, well, there's like 45 million Black Americans. Well, maybe we can't take over the whole country, but we can take over states. And that's when the idea of the Black American homeland, the 8-state solution came to my head. And believe me, I think it was a higher power because it's just not something that someone would think of. I think it has to be a higher power, and it just took many years for me to research this because I had to understand federalism. I had to understand state rights. I had to understand the 10th Amendment. I had to go through all those things before I can actually have the confidence to say, oh yeah, Black American can take over the 8-state southern region, that we can take over the former Confederate states. I had to have all that information written down or in my head before I can have the confidence to come with this information. Now, look, I'm better at writing than speaking. Look, over the years, I had probably hundreds of groups or individuals that wanted to do interviews, but I always decline interviews because I just don't like speaking to people. Actually, when I met Gray, and I came on this platform, that was the first time I ever spoke. That's the first time anyone ever heard my voice speaking about the Black American homeland. So I do have to give that what's that word? I have to give props to Gray about that. But I'm very, I just really don't like speaking. I'm a type of person, I just like to observe things. I like to figure out what the solutions are and things like. I like to travel, things like that. But yeah, that's how I came up with the Black American homeland. South Africa is probably the number one source of trying to find a solution for Black American and the Black American homeland taking super majority of states. I feel like what's the solution, and yeah.
Yeah, we salute Black American homeland. He's been at it the longest for sure. Hey, Thursday, I appreciate you talking about seafood because we, our first space, which was probably 2 months ago, married Black parents brought up the deep water ports, and we're talking, we're thinking about how we're gonna import and export, et cetera, but we've had grocery store owners in the space. We've had logistical owners talking about going from farm to the grocery store. But I'll be honest, seafood was really off my radar. But when you said it, it instantly clicked at how significant of a market that is. And so I really, really do appreciate that. I just wanted to get that out there.
Understandable.
Yeah,
understandable.
Yeah, look, Greg. I grew up on the Chesapeake Bay, right? You got oysters, crabs, bluefish, all types of fish, right? So I had uncles, grand uncles, grandfathers. Man, those guys been doing that type of fishing since the 1800s, late 1800s. So yeah, that's really part of my family, fishing in the Chesapeake Bay. And the Atlantic coast. Yeah.
Okay, is Mary back, parents? Is he back in the building? Because I see, I can't tell if you can speak or not.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Okay, there you go.
There we go. Yeah. Yeah, man. I mean, seafood's dope. Now Thursday, when you were talking about potatoes, I said no. Like, I'm a fan of vertical farming, right? Like, I'm 100% with that. But at the same time, that also requires, a whole lot of electricity. And sometimes I'm on it, sometimes I'm not. I'm not sure whether per unit of nutrition that's the way to go. Like I don't think I've heard of like that's not something that you can do hydroponically because that's an underground root vegetable. You can do tomatoes, tomatoes, greens, arugula, bell peppers, and this is just stuff that I've seen, grown hydroponically or whatever. But but that's details, right? The important part is that we have, control over the transformations and the manufacturing capability at the end product, right? Like, buying a potato and selling it to somebody is not as profitable as selling fries or vodka, potato based vodka. I wanted to import potatoes, and then be the transformation into vodka. Like, I've been thinking we might make it a dry state because, we have a dry state, or make it so that the only alcohol that can be sold has to be made in the state. Like that would be dope, right? We can do stuff like that. Like, one of the things is we should do industrial hemp, right? Because that's large scale farming, and hemp, turns into a lot of shit. So, I'm not really sold on the particulars of any one crop or whatnot. I'm just trying to make sure that when we think about this, we are clear that we are aiming to be, own the eventual retail outlet, as well as the, manufacturing, distribution, logistics, engineering, architect, design, and, project and construction management aspects of things, instead of just getting handed something at the end of the supply chain and everybody else gets paid from that.
Hey, you know what? When you brought up the manufacturing alcohol, in Pennsylvania controls the alcohol market.
Yeah, the Liquor Control Board.
The same thing in New Hampshire, and that's something that Freedom State Project on the one video I think I posted. But the question he got asked was,
"Hey, Gray, you breaking up?"
Oh man, can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
It just
All right, I'm gonna go out, come back in.
Hey Mary, look, you're right. Look, I was just looking at some of my work, right? And you're right. I have over 3,000 that was lynched.
Yeah, look, you said 500. I'm like, this baller.
Now look. I'm 55, right? Look, I feel like I'm coming down with dementia, right? Because man, I used to be really good at numbers. I used to remember numbers like 20, 30 years ago. I can remember dates and numbers, but for some reason, man, I cannot remember numbers anymore. And I feel like I'm coming down with dementia. I don't know, man. I just can't remember. So I always have to go back to my notes. And if I don't go back to my notes, man, I'm lost. So I have to go back to my notes. I can still remember some things, but some specific stuff that comes up, I have to go back to my notes. But yeah, I have over 3,000 that was lynched. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Sweet. So, I appreciate
so
that.
You're right. You're right. I was wrong. I apologize for that. Now you was talking about nostalgia, right? Now, look. I used to sell cars, right? Back in the 90s. And I remember if you try to sell people on the practicality of a car, a lot of times you can't sell them the car. You got to sell them on the color, the beauty, the leather seats, the sunroof, the radio, how loud the radio can be pumped, how you have to sell them on things that had nothing to do with the workings of the vehicle. Well, the same thing is gonna happen with the Black American homeland or Delaware or anything. Look, we probably not gonna be able to sell people on, hey, if you move to this state, we can take over this state. Now we have to have a narrative. We have to have a story. We have to sell them on the food. We have to sell them on the beautiful lakes, the mountains, the beaches, the
no. Listen. I'm selling them on getting money, building shit. That's what it is. People will move.
That. What I'm trying to say, Mary, is I tried many different avenues of trying to get people to move to the Black American homeland. But if you read, because I'm a salesperson, I have businesses, I do know that to sell people, you got to sell people on the thing that they really care about, and that's going to be family, the beaches, the housing. If you only look, once we get the power, right, we need those people to stay in those states. Now, once we get the power and they feel like, well, okay, all right, my thing is done. Okay, I'm leaving. We can't we need a reason for people to stay, and family, and the Black universities, the culture, the history, the food, the music. That is what going to keep people to stay in the Black American homeland. That's all I can say.
Okay, let's let's get Thursday in there. He's got his hand up.
Yeah, sorry, everybody. I have repeated questions because I always got stuff in my mind and I'm always listening to what's going on. And the thing is right now, how do you get people to want to navigate to the city and be a part of this, be a part of the new thing? Well, being a part of Delaware is not the hard thing to sell. It's more of what can people get out of it for themselves and for their legacy. It's something I have not heard anybody say. Everybody's saying, okay, we want to do this for a voter base. If I'm a younger person, what do I care about a voter base if I don't care about a Democrat or a Republican? And I don't see that there's a new party that really benefits myself or something that I can identify with or that's going to make me align with it. Another thing is, you got to have jobs for people to want to come out there. I heard, everybody's talking about the supply chain, distribution, okay? But, what are those things in mind that anybody have? The only thing that I know to bring to the table, I told everybody, is indoor farming, hydroponically. And yes, you can grow potatoes hydroponically. I do it all the time. I do this for real. This is my job. Besides being a real life chef, that's my job. The thing is that what are you going to be able to, get people to go by? The numbers are correct. I understand the numbers part. I understand the strategy of wanting to pick that location, but I have not heard, and this is, even if a newcomer coming in, and you probably want to get more people to come in that talks more about, potential businesses, warehouse type of businesses, something that, be easy right now to just develop and wouldn't cost a lot of money. I would suggest things that has to do with LCD lighting and fixture, because you can easily make that a manufacturing company, and with those same lights, you can easily, be able to make that, something you can grow your food with. Maybe a manufacturing that has something to do with um, solar panels. My brother put those up. Solar panels is the biggest thing right now in the world that everybody wants. Got to be highly skilled, highly trained. Yeah, true. But once you be able to produce one, there's just not enough in order to be able to supply for everybody. So the things that you're going for, you know, you want to be able to use them yourself and make them multifunctional. A lot of places that I live or lived at, what I'm saying, it's this, it's a place where people work, eat, and play. What I'm saying? That same area where they go to work at, that's the same area that they want to have their entertainment at, and the same area that they also want to, go back home and relax. So what would, what would make people go there is what they can get out of it. If I'm going to a place where it's right, I get it. If you're going to a place, right?
Yeah. Look, Thursday. Okay, what I say, look, when Black Americans move to a certain state, any state in the 8-state southern region, you will have advantages. You will be a priority. Black-owned businesses, right? We're going to make sure that the state is going to give priority to Black-owned businesses. The state, when we take over the courts, right, we're going to have advantages in the court system. These are the things that we're going to sell to Black people to move to the state. Is that when we take over the state, we're going to control the whole state. Everything's going to be ours. Look, now Mary don't like this, but there's going to be some reverse racism. But the thing is, man, I'm telling you, I travel all over the world. It's happening all over the world. Look, in the Philippines, they don't let other people come to their country and open up banks. There's no Bank of America. There's no Wells Fargo in the Philippines or in Thailand or in Hong Kong. These people, they discriminate against outside companies and outside financial institutions. And we have to find a legal way to discriminate. And the best way to do it is by using the word local, that we are going to cater to local companies and individuals in our state. I mean, that's the only way I can put it.
Do you think it's easier to do it, whether it's, what I'm trying to say, do you think it'll be easier to take over that environment in a legal way, as in if everybody was lawyers or, in that type of profession, in that aspect, or would it be a lot easier, to take control of the city, or if it was come down to like having, the majority of the business is in that area? Like, I just want to get a
okay. I understand what you're saying. Look, you don't want to take over a city if you don't have control of the whole state. The state has all the powers. The city can only practice the powers that the state gives it. So the city doesn't have no power. I mean, it does have power, but it doesn't have more power than the state. Do you understand what I mean?
Municipality, right? Yeah, I see that.
Yeah. So we need to take over the state because the state has all the power. The state has reserve and share powers with the federal government. The only thing the state can't do is print its own money and declare war on another country. Those are basically the only thing that a state can do. But other things a state can do. Has the power to do most things.
Yeah, I want to welcome Thursday again. I put that Delaware thread up in the Jumbotron to really get into that and go down, because this conversation is actually years long, but more recently, we started the Twitter Spaces about 2 months ago. So you're, and this happens every week. I'm so glad that you're here because you have really good questions, but you don't know that we've actually touched on every single topic, and 90% of what you said we've already essentially agreed with, for the most part. So, I invite you to jump into the group, which that's like the second thing I put up there, which is our Black State of America Migration group, where we can actually discuss these topics throughout the week and, go back and forth with questions and feedback and et cetera, et cetera. So I heard something about the emotional drive to sell people on moving back to the South. And that reminds me of the book I read by a famous reporter / broadcaster who I think just left one station and is going to another station. I'm not going to mention the brother's name. I read the book. Yeah. I read the book. I enjoyed the book, but the book, in my opinion, was about himself and his memories and his attachment to celebrity. And my first thought was, this person's not going to lead a movement. I think I may have even posted back and forth with somebody about that. This person is not going to lead a movement. And outside of the few times he referenced the Back to the South movement, and and I know a lot of his data came from some white controlled organizations that he has access to through his career, I really didn't get, there wasn't a lot of substance there for me. I don't believe it's appropriate to deceive people. I don't feel comfortable with that. I believe we have to give them all of the information and they will make the decision that best suits their family. It is not really our job to convert people as much as it is to educate and advocate and give people all of the tools for them to do what's best for themselves. So in a state like Delaware, where our number is floating between 300 and 400,000, I'm very strong on 300 because I know the white vote will be split enough that they can't compete with our 400,000 voters. However, it is such a small number. It is such a very, very, very small number that the state of Delaware should be a cakewalk. We don't have to convince 100% of the population. We don't have to convince 50 or 20 or even 10. It's somewhere around 1 or 2% of the people who don't already live in the South that we have to convince. And so it's not a really high hill to climb in that sense. And I believe, because I'm in these spaces, people in New Jersey are complaining about how they're getting pushed out of historically black cities and towns in the state of New Jersey. Even. I'm sure it's happening in Philadelphia, in the surrounding areas. I know it's happening in New York City because every time I'm in a space with somebody who's from New York, they're saying they're pushing us out. There's not even any black people in there anymore. It's all immigrants and whatever. So we just really got to capture people who are really already getting affected by this massive gentrification, this massive wave of them pushing black people further and further and further and further outside of the inner cities or whatever they are now deciding this is where they want to live. Before they wanted to live in the suburbs, now they want to live in the city. So we just got to really capture a very small percentage of those people and move them to the state of Delaware. I mean, that's really the ultimate goal. Get the people who are being pushed out and give them the information and say, look, if you move to Delaware very quickly, we will be in control. We will have all of the opportunities. We will be able to work collectively to protect, prosper, and empower not only the current people, but the future generations. So this is a mindset of us not thinking about ourselves, not thinking individually, but because that's the lie that America has told over and over again. It's an individualism, selfishness, etc. That's sort of why for a very among every other thing that affects us, that's one of the reasons why we're in the position that we're in, because they teach us individualism, but they actually practice collectivism. They practice, it's like you look at all these religions. When I was in school, we would go to school, and then all of these really, really smart kids and all these different religions, they would go to a secondary school for a few hours after school and on the weekends. That's collectivism. This is what these communities do. There's a neighborhood that I drive through where one day there was a Mexican food truck. Then they took over an empty gas station. Then across the street they took over an empty little ice cream restaurant. Now, whatever, a few years later, they're building a grocery store in this, and this little town is like 99% white town, really really small little community. But this is how groups are able to come in, solidify themselves through businesses, and then they get into the politics, and then they take over the little town politically, and that's essentially what we have to do.
Absolutely, and that's why I say we got to build new places, because I don't in terms of competition, I don't want to where it's easy for other groups of people to just open up a store and set up shop because of existing structured deals and contracts. Right, like we all moved to Dover, Delaware, but none of the business owners or none of the landlords that own the buildings would rent to the black people that are moving in. We got a motherfucking problem, right? So, and that's the thing. You have to have ownership all the way down to the land, because the person that owns it then controls who goes in that. So when I'm talking about moving, and building new cities, part of it is because we will own the buildings, and we get to say who moves in, who opens stores, and who does stuff like that. so we don't have to compete with the stores that are currently in our hood. We don't got to compete with the Chinese stores slinging food. Even though I eat Chinese food, it is good. We don't got to compete with Papa John's. We don't got to compete with the halal trucks. Like, they're not around if we build our own cities. And if we build our own cities, like, boom, we're the ones building the buildings, we're the ones building the infrastructure, we're the ones supplying ourselves, and boom, that's it. So all we really need is the first 1,000 people to come into Dover, Delaware, set up shop, and vote 2 or 3 people into the state legislature, and then that is the movement, right? Like we talk about trans Africa, Pan African, Black American, 8 states, 50. No, like, listen, we need to do one voting district. That's what we need to focus on. So how can we get this voting district on and popping? And what are all of the stores we need to open up? Because when we open up the stores, then what happens is those stores then need they need electrical work, they need software. So okay, cool. Now we can build software companies. And if we're building software companies, might as well build some data centers. We building data centers. Okay, cool. Let's also be a data center for other Black businesses across the country, right? Instead of them going to AWS or Google Cloud Compute, but okay, cool. Let's do it with Negroes.com, right? And that's like, so what happens is they, what Greg was talking about. They had a taco truck. That taco truck turned into a store. Store turned into a bigger store, and now they got a grocery store because they flipping it, right? And we can do the same thing if we have the group of people to do that, and B, the entrepreneurial spirit. Because and it's not like we don't want to do it, it's that we've just never been in business. We've never been high enough in business to be in these positions where we can then create our own thing. Like, starting a business is hard and difficult, and we don't want it to be that way, but right now it is. Like, you gotta do a lot of paperwork, you gotta do a lot of signatures, you gotta deal with a lot of bureaus, certifications, you gotta do hiring, you gotta do fire. It is a very complicated thing, and not everybody wants to do all that. So we gotta identify, like, yo, who's going to be the entrepreneur that's going to do this, and then walk around the corner and be like, listen, we got a job for, $15.95 an hour, what y'all trying to do? And, even though I said $15.95 an hour, I think I saw something where in Dover, like, the median wage is 33,000, right? So, that's good money. So we got to figure out, like, how do we open up businesses and price things, according to having a decent living wage. And then everybody that moves in is used to paying the prices that get a decent living wage. Because we don't want to, like, race to the bottom, and, this got to be cheaper or whatever. No, we're going to pay you enough money to pay other people, because, that's one of the big economic things that, economics teaches you, like, which is really a big sham. Like, low wages and all this stuff. Big business wants low wages and low taxes. Why? So they can take your money. So if you're in a situation where you say, okay, cool, we're going to have a higher minimum wage and we're going to have higher taxes, property mostly, then what happens is all of that money stays in that place and it gets circulated. Like, you don't have to circulate, you don't have to think about circulating the black dollar if, when you go outside, everything is owned by Black people. Like, you don't got to hunt, you don't got to drive 45 minutes. You just go downstairs and go to the there's not even a Black corner store name. Like, we can't even call it the bodega. You just go to the corner store, and that's owned by BB and CC Winans' little brother or something. I don't know, but what we're trying to do is make it so that we have something that's seductive. So people like, listen, I want to live in a Black town. All right, well, cool. Like, come to Dover, Delaware. What you mean, Dover, Delaware? Well, listen, 75% of the people in Dover are Black. in the last 3 years, the median wage has raised this. We fighting poverty. We doing this. We opening businesses. We setting up shop. We zone. We run the zoning board. We about to build a couple buildings. We got and what happens is you have to have a lot of people, and that's what happens. There's a woman named Jane Jacobs. She was actually I think she was like an architect, or she was an architect that lived in New York. She was not an architect. Sorry, I forget what she was, but she got politically active in Soho, New York. You heard of Soho, and y'all like, oh yeah, it's beatnik, it's fly, and whatever. And if you go there, it doesn't look like downtown Manhattan. In downtown Manhattan, what you have is with super blocks. So basically, in the 40s and 50s or whatever, they just knocked everything down. They just knocked everything down and created this whole new system of whatever it is that downtown is structured. But Soho, they had all these activists that basically stopped that, raise and build, RAZE, like is in knockdown, raise and build system that I think I forget his first name, but the guy who led it was his last name was Moses, and they just demolished all of the architecture that was there, for hundreds of years or whatever. And so she wrote a book called The Death and Life of Great American Cities, and she wrote another couple books. My favorite of which is called The Nature of Economies, where she explains how economic development happens. And so somebody has a business, and usually what happens is one of her examples was somebody was like, all right, I'm gonna sell jam, right? So some woman, she went to the county fair, she sold jam, and people are like, oh my God, do this. So she starts buying, but she can't get jars. So she imports the jars from, across the country because, the example was in California. And then once she gets to a certain level of a certain scale, she can hire somebody locally to produce the jars because nobody in California produces jars. She needs it, and she needs she can't make them themselves because you got to have the right you got to have the right sand, you got to have the right tools, you got to have all that. And it's a whole separate business. All she trying to do is make good strawberry preserves or whatever. So then what happens is she talks to somebody. He's like, oh yeah, I'll figure out this glass making thing. Then he starts a business. So what happens is one business, starts another business, and eventually what you have is, a nice little economy there. And that's what we're trying to aim to do. We want to go places, right now is Dover, Delaware, so that we, open up stores, and then whatever is supplied in that store, we then supply ourselves. We make it, we think about it. We, import the cellophane paper, and we get our own printing machine so that we can make paper for chips, or rather, cellophane for chips, boxes for cereal and all that stuff. So slowly but surely, piece by piece, we start building, buying the machinery. And then in order to do that, we have to have a local place. So, we got to buy some warehouses or some manufacturing plants so that, we can actually own the businesses that fund us, because we are the ones that own the business, and we're the ones that work at the business, instead of just being in somebody else's business and, oh, can we have some jobs? Because if you're getting the job, you're not getting the profit, and if you're not getting the profit, you're not getting the control. And that's what we need. We need the profit, we need the control, we need to be political, so we got the voters, and we need to be economic, so we got the money, and we need it to be geographic, because we have to have that concentrated in an area of people, or an area of the country with hundreds of thousands of people.
Man,
so
yeah, I wanted to go back to what you said about the alcohol real quick. So, because I think that's where I got cut off earlier. So, New Hampshire, where that Free State Project, they said that is their largest source of revenue, is them having that monopoly over alcohol. And I just did a search where it looks like 18 of the states also have a monopoly over alcohol. So that's something to really, really consider. I didn't, I'm glad we had this conversation tonight because that's something to look at. And when you look at tobacco, what they do is they have these high taxes. So there's a way to do it either where you take control over it and you do everything, logistics. You got the trucks, you got the employees, everything. You're just control of everything. You're providing all these jobs, or you put a tax on it and you don't do nothing. You don't touch anything, but you do benefit from this larger tax. That you would want to keep it competitive with the surrounding states, but that's something that we definitely should be looking into. The vice tax on alcohol and tobacco.
Yeah. So anybody new to the space. So we are talking about making migrating to Delaware to achieve a more majority black state. And Delaware is the place to go because it requires the least amount of black people in order to achieve a voting majority, where we would have the House of Representative person, two senators, and a governor. And what we're trying to do is set up a situation where we have a majority black state in order to protect ourselves from the onslaught of white terrorism and oppression. I try never to say supremacy because I don't believe any one race or ethnicity is supreme over another as like a cosmic thing. It is a process that they go through, and they're damn good at it. And it is a process of terrorism and a process of oppression that they go through again and again and again to keep the scales tinted in their favor. And a lot of that is political control, and some of a lot of that's economic control. And we want to end that for ourselves. We're not trying to get back at white people. We're not trying to do a tit for tat or anything. We just want to be in a situation where we are self-determined and self-governed, and we have the ability to create legislation, policies, and stuff that facilitate us being the awesome people that we are, and being able to reproduce, and what they say, go forth and prosper, go forth and multiply, or whatever that is. So if you guys have any questions or comments, feel free to ask them. And if you're in other spaces, please raise your hand and ask them whether they're thinking about migrating to a place, because right now all of the rage is talking about reparations. There was great and historic legislation passed, I think it was either this week or last week, about reparations in California, and that's all good, right? But they're still waiting on that, and black people do not have a majority in that state, so they have to negotiate, beg, borrow, steal, plead, and hope that the people that outnumber them do the right thing, which has historically not really been the case. But if we, or when we start deliberately moving to places so that we achieve a majority in that state, we can then set policies that facilitate our own wealth, health, and happiness. So if you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand. If you have any comments, feel free to raise your hand. Listen, tell us what you don't like. Some of you guys been in here, for a while. Like, tell us what is the part that you don't like, because this is in the history of the black political movements, this is relatively new. So we got to figure out how to make sure that this works for more and more people, so we can get the word out, and we can get we can get people talking about this and discussing, tweeting about this and whatnot. All right, we got some. We got. It's just Black American. He's back. Nice.
Hey, I'm gonna use this time. So, I had founded a social media platform called blabbar.com. And I don't promote it often. I did some initial promotion. We built to over 100 members in a relatively short period of time. And then I came across this video I'm assuming he's the founder of 60s.net, 60s.net. So they do have a Twitter account. There's actually two of them. And man, I was really impressed with the video simply because he was essentially expressing the fact that we complain and we complain and we complain, but we don't take action. We complain that Twitter's banning me, Facebook is doing this, they're doing that, and I just posted something about. I mean, literally, they were adding LGBT accounts under people that I'm following, and I'm seeing this stuff coming across my timeline. I'm like, I don't know who. I've never seen this profile. So when I see stuff like that, I look into the profile, go up and down the timeline. I'm like, there ain't no way in hell I followed this person. So they do a lot of that, and then I got a bunch of responses where people were saying, yeah, they've had some similar, situations occurring. So I really want to go in a different direction with a platform. I want it to be focused on Black creatives, in all the forms of entertainment. So I'm going to actually shut down this blabbar.com social media, and I'm encouraging people who did sign up to go over to the 60s.net. I did go on there. I created a profile. It's different, it's got a different look, different aesthetic to it. And so I think they've been rocking for a little over a year over there. So I want to encourage anybody who's looking for, a Black founded social media site to check it out, see what you think. And if you feel like it's something that would work for you, go for it. And so the Blabbar, even in my name, it's I'm probably going to put my name back to Black State of America or something similar to that. When we talk about the name of a party, I think that's something where Married Black Parents talked about the first 1,000 people. We really are trying to build up a membership of 100,000 voters who are going to be willing and ready to move to Delaware in spring of 2023. I'm going to move to Delaware in the spring of 2023, if not sooner, and definitely want to plan a few get-togethers, in somewhere close to the campus of the HBCU down there in Dover. At least one or two over the summer and springtime, or possibly early fall. So it'll be on a weekend, and that's why we got this group, so we can sort of give people a lot of this information for stuff that's going to be coming up. And I just want to encourage people to join that Black Migration group. That's Twitter just magically out of thin air. They just created these groups. And so I want to encourage people to jump in there and converse and ask questions and do a bunch of back and forth throughout the week. So yeah, we are gearing up towards establishing an independent Black party within the state of Delaware. That it has nothing to do with the Democrats, Republicans, Green Party, Libertarians, none of them. It's our party for our people that will be established in this state, so that we can run candidates within the state, because it's a much easier path to take politically than trying to establish a national party. And quite honest, we don't need a national party because we're really focused on states. And so that's, I just wanted to give people an opportunity to check out 60s.net. And if you were on Blabbar, just know that that's going to change. My name is going to eventually reflect that. I'm keeping the picture the same because I've seen a couple people change their avatars, and I'm like, man, it's like it's like you got to do a double take. Is that the same person? Some people change it every week. That becomes very confusing. But Okay, there's some Black American. You got some background noise going over there. So yeah, I'm gonna mention this because this was a big thing all week. I've been posting about it all week. There's been apologies, non-apologies. A bunch of everybody got an opinion about it. It was the slap heard around the world, of course. And I took a side, and just based on my life and what I would do in a situation and how I would react, I took a side. And what I noticed is the side that I took was the opposite of the majority of white Americans and or even Anglo-Saxons all around the planet, for that matter. And so it's just interesting to me. I've seen some people take the opposite side, and I don't know. I think anytime you are on the same side as the oppressor in anything, I don't care what it is, it comes off a little odd, like strange to me, like just strange, like very very strange, and it's hard for me to wonder what else we might not necessarily agree on. When something like this occurs, because I try to put myself in the position of both of these Black men. First of all, I would have never made the joke personally, just because that's just not the type of person I am. And secondly, my wife is my wife, and I would defend her with everything that I have. So I just don't understand the other side. I probably will never understand the other side of that. But I just thought it was interesting how lopsided white America was on that particular issue. But the quote that I really highlighted was when Denzel Washington said, "The devil comes for you." And I really put it this way: we all know exactly who and what that devil is, and again, that's something that we all know. It doesn't have to be said, and we gotta be very very cognizant of that. The way that these people operate is very devilish in a sense, and we have always been the target of it. So, here's something that's related to this. So, Nas is a guy. If you're in the spaces, you'll see him a lot. He's very passionate about anti-immigration, because it really decimates Black American opportunities. He's extremely pro Black reparations, and he posted something that said, if California can sue the federal government, and I'm gonna just stop it right there, because this is a situation where we understand if a state sues the federal government, this can happen or that can happen, or that already has happened in the benefit of other groups. But a lot of us have not come to the realization and or the full belief that if we are the majority voting population and we elect Black first, Black agenda candidates to become the governor and the state attorney general and the legislators and the judges of the state, etc., that we as a collective can sue the federal government on our behalf. We're captives in this country, 360 degrees. Everything we spend money on, it comes from people outside of our community. A lot of group economics talk about circulating the dollar in the Black community. Circulate the dollar, circulate the dollar, circulate the dollar. It's very hard to do that when everything is produced by someone else. And even like myself, I'm a book author. I got books. They were printed by white companies. I mean, to be perfectly honest, they were quicker, faster, cheaper, etc. So it's like, at the end of the day, we really got to look outside of ourselves and say, can we really, really, really do group economics on a very small scale and still feel feel very confident that we're circulating our dollars within our community. It's nearly next to impossible the way that society is set up, because you're still going to go buy gas, you're still going to go buy food and eat, even if you eat at a black restaurant 7 days a week, 365 days of the year. It's very likely that they're sourcing their food from some white-owned business. I mean, this is just the reality of our situation. And Married Black Parents really put on a tutorial about how we got to create a 360-degree ecosystem where everything that we buy is produced by people who look like us, who think like us, who have a shared experience that we have. That is like extremely important. Like that's the utmost benefit. When Thursday asks, well, what's the benefit? And that's a good question. A lot of people are going to have that question. Well, that's the benefit. The benefit is, that when you go outside your house, you drive down the road, and as long as you don't cross state lines, you're going to have a much higher percentage, a much higher rate, much better opportunity to know that your money is going to another black family. It's going to feed that family. It's going to help educate their children. In turn, it's going to help benefit your future generations. And it just creates a loop that we just need to educate our children on how to protect it and maintain it, so that no one comes in and steals it away from them. That's really what, once we establish it, I don't think that's going to be hard at all. I think the more important part becomes educating future generations on how to maintain and protect it, so that they don't forget, because I see a time where 2 or 3 generations down the road, they don't even really know about racism other than what they see on social media or on TV. They don't have the experience, which will be a great thing, but we can't let them forget. We cannot let them forget, what Black Americans have gone through in this country. And that's why it has to be embedded in the educational system. Like, age appropriate, but as soon as possible, they need to know about the lynchings. They need to see the brutality of the lynchings. They just need to have a full, total, and complete understanding of everything. So yeah, that's my piece on that. So I want to invite Charles up to speak. We got the Butterfly. I've seen her in some rooms. We got OG Shakur, Dee Dee in the room. Miss Georgia did speak a couple of times already. We definitely want to invite folks up to just give their thoughts and opinions on how their lives would be improved living in a Black majority state. Thank you, Miss Butterfly. You got the floor.
Well, hi y'all. I just want to know what's in Delaware. I'm from Alabama, so I just want to know what's in Delaware. Are there any black people in Delaware? All jokes aside, but yeah, seriously. And you might hear backup noise. I'm at work.
Hey, hey, those are good questions. We would say, if you're in Alabama, stay in Alabama. We want to make Alabama a Black majority state. Black American Homeland has about 8 states on his map. I know Alabama's one of them. On our Black State of America map, Alabama's definitely one of them. So yeah, we encourage you to stay there, and hopefully we can help encourage more people to move to Alabama. But in Delaware has 3 counties, 2 of which are 27 to 28% Black population. But they also have some zip codes that are like 90+% Black population. There's two big cities, Wilmington, which is just across the river or down the road, is a better way to put it, from Philadelphia, and that's where the majority of the Black people live. But then, like married Black parents said, Dover has a significantly high Black population. The southern county is like 12% Black population, which is more like the rest of the country. But we only need 300,000 or so new Black voters to move into the state to take over the state. And that's why we've spent a lot of energy and effort focusing on Delaware. It is just too easy for us to take it over. A state like Alabama, I think the last time I looked at those numbers, it's closer to 2 million.
Yes. In Mississippi also is have a large Black population also.
Yeah. Mississippi is somewhere under a million. It probably would be like 800,000 based on the way that people have voted in that state in the past. So it's a significantly more Black voters that would need to move into those two states. But we do believe in Black American Homeland has 8 states. There are 8 states on our map as well that we know can become Black majority states. And so we want to prove the model in Delaware, prove that it works, show the entire country and the entire world, for that matter, that this actually is viable. And then that will be the encouragement that states like Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, South Carolina, Louisiana, and Maryland, that'll be the encouragement for those other states to really, like we mentioned Marcel a lot. Marcel's in South Carolina. He's running for U.S. Rep against Slyburn down there, and he's a big advocate for majority Black states, Black statehood. In Georgia, there's a group of guys who are, and from what I can tell, they are encouraging people to move to the state of Georgia. So we try to support them as much as we can from a distance. And so a state like Alabama, they need an advocate. They need someone who can get the information that we're giving out and others, and really, put Alabama on their back and say, look, come to the state of Alabama. This is what we got. Become an expert on the state of Alabama, and just not sell it to people so much, but educate, advocate for the state of Alabama. So people like Texans and Floridians and people from the Midwest, Chicago, Detroit, etc., may want to move to the state of Alabama to help politically boost up the numbers, so that you can take over the state of Alabama as well.
Oh, that is a wonderful idea. But being that I have like young babies, and I have 2 that about to go to HBCU, so I really got my hands like full. I would love to take on advocacy for Alabama, but my first thing is to get them through college first, and to get them spearheaded in the right way, and then I would definitely fight for the exodus for our people to Alabama. But I'm here if y'all need me.
Yeah. Hey, Alabama, I think, has at least 12 to 14 HBCUs.
Yes, they do. And we looking at Clark University. So probably the next year, my first daughter, she'll be graduating with honors in the next year. So we'll be moving like closer to Clark University. So it's not going to be out of Alabama, but we still will be located in Alabama, but just closer to Clark, so it could be economically sound for both of my daughters to be in college at the same time, because they're only 3 years apart. So my third one, she has a long way to go because she's only 8. So
yeah, that's great. That's great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in Clark University have a large program, and they very, very recognizable. So and especially get that Black ism, I call it, because they go to a school where there is mostly every race that is upon the sun. They go through that kind of school, so I got to put them back into the Black community. So they got to go to HBCU.
That's great. That's great. Hey, Gray, if when Delaware become a Black majority state, what will happen to University of Delaware? Is that a state controlled university, or is that a private university?
That is a good question. I want to say it's private, because when I in the Delaware thread, when I posted like I posted their school, like there's these technical schools, and I believe a lot of those are state schools. I don't believe the big universities popped up, but I can do a double check on it. So I want, there is a state school system for college, collegiate education.
It's a public.
It's a public. Okay.
Yeah.
So that means, you know what that means? That means if Delaware become a Black majority state, 70 to 80% Black, that means University of Delaware will become a majority Black university.
It already is.
Oh yeah, I didn't know
Del
that.
State is an HBCU already.
No. I mean University of Delaware.
Yeah, he's talking about the Blue Hens or whatever they're called up there.
Yeah,
not the Hornets, but the basically the white university.
Oh, well, I mean that may or may not be the case, because a lot of eventually, yeah, that'll probably happen. But a lot of universities, there's a even public institutions have a significant part or influx of people from other states and countries.
Well, that's true. That's true. However, I'm just saying that the state controls state university, public university. Therefore, the state can make laws or regulation on who can go to those universities. They can make the prices for out-of-state students to be much higher, and make prices for local students much lower.
Let's see if I'm good here. Twitter's okay. As I'm on.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I was having a hard time getting back to the speaker, but yeah, you're right. The state can set tuition rates and things of that nature. I mean, that's an interesting thing. I wouldn't look at that as anything other than another school within the state system that we would really want to implement Black-centered education, history, and provide the education to our state residents. If it's operating like a private university now, where there's a lot of out-of-state people coming in and paying tuition, you certainly want to keep that money coming in, as well. But I have to look into it to be 100% about it.
A good example, a lot of the professors, coaches are actually considered state employees. They're getting money from the state.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that makes absolute sense if it's a state owned school.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking it. I don't know. Is it a part of NCAA? For some reason, I remember them making it to the NCAA.
Yeah, they are a double A school. They're double A. I remember reading. It was either the coach of the South Carolina. I'm sorry, Clemson University or the University of Alabama coach were the highest paying state public school, no, state public employee in their state. I think it's the Alabama Crimson coach.
Yeah, everything I'm seeing says it's a public institution, public land grant,
Yeah.
university. The Blue Hens, that's what they're called, the Blue Hens, yeah.
So therefore, if Delaware is 60, 70, or 80% black, we can pass laws and regulations that says that university has to be 60, 70, or 80% local.
That's dumb.
Huh?
I mean, that doesn't make sense. Like, I mean, it's something that's possible. We can also say that, all of the schools need to be named after, somebody black. But I don't think that that's an important thing for us to be worried about.
I think it's very important. Don't forget back in the Jim Crow era, all the universities were white. They wouldn't let black people go to those universities.
That's fine, but like I said, I'm not really trying to get back at people. Like,
we're not getting back, man.
I'm just saying that there's no reason to pass a law if we naturally assume 70 to 80% of the population we're going to take over the state university. Passing a law for it would be just weird.
Well, that's the way it's going to happen, man, because it's not. Man, I'm gonna tell you.
Did you decide that already?
Other states are going to. Other states are doing the same thing. Look.
Which state is currently doing that?
There's no written. Come on, man. You understand what I mean, man. There's no written law, but there's what they call it, black laws or black codes. Or look, they have people that are in the powers of letting people in their universities. They keeping black people at a certain number of the university students, and then they want white students to be at this number, and the Asians to be at this number. I mean, come on, we can't. I mean, we can't think that this is not happening.
We can't say that we are like, we can't just be like them. Just because they do it don't mean we do it. Like, that doesn't make sense. If one kid if my kid bites my other kid, I do tell them to bite them back. But that's just because they're my kid. But we can't do that in public places. Like, that would be, that's inane. But go off.
Well, look, I just don't believe in
I believe you were talking about quotas inside of these schools when you're talking about a certain percentage of this race or that race or whatever.
Hey, I can barely hear. I think it's Black Action. I can barely hear you.
Black America Homeland.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Look, for Black Americans to catch up, we are far behind, right? The only way that we can catch up is that we have to. We're not going to like discriminate, but we have to give ourselves advantages in those states. We have to have We have to make our people the priority in that state. There's no other way we can do it. We can't go half and half. So, oh, look, we're not going to do this. I mean, look, man, we have to go all the way.
Yeah, let me add this to the discussion. So I posted this in that thread. It says 56% of the public schools in Delaware are majority black. That was something that, and this was for Kent County. So 56%, a majority of the students were black in the public school educational system.
Well, that's great. That's great.
Yeah, that is great. And so I think rather than focusing on this one white school, which, you know, obviously has benefited because it's a white governed state. If it's a public school, they make sure that they get all the resources. I think it's much more important to balance the resources between that white school versus the black HBCU, which those are the two, I guess, dominant colleges within the state. And so that
okay. So you're saying that the state money that was going to University of Delaware, we transfer that money to Delaware State University. Okay, I can do it that way.
Oh man, if this thing will let me speak. Okay, yeah, man, I don't have a hard time giving my. I think that's a much more equitable system where you just say, look, we're going to look at these schools and we're going to make sure that they have equitable and equal funding across the board. And that way, there's not this huge advantage because it's a white school, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. But look, each state have their flagship university, state university. No, these they have the they have the medical school, the business school, the engineering schools. They have the research lab. They have all of those. See, a lot of your HBCUs don't have a lot of these different programs. That's why, like a school like University of Virginia, that school is like only I think 13 or 14% black, but University of Virginia is the flagship school of Virginia. You know.
Yeah, I'm looking at. So I'm on this Delaware website, and the Delaware State University follows under this public school. Well, this says public and private. I guess I'd have to do more searching, but I understand what you're saying because where I live at, the University of Pittsburgh, it's a private thing, but they get so much public money. Like it's a huge political issue because they've bought up all the hospitals. They're big in tech, big in the healthcare industry. They get like billions of dollars of taxpayer subsidies. And so, you know, that's another example of the unequitable, unequal financial resources going to one particular school for all others. Yeah. So it's probably just the way to look at it is let's just make it equal. Let's make it so that they're on an equal playing field. And you know, like I said, if I got to assume they're getting out of state students coming in paying full tuition or whatever the case would be. But in terms of the way the state governs these schools, if we just make it more equitable, that'll probably be the best solution.
Hey, look at this. When I was in South Africa in 1994, 95, 96, right? When the whites were 12% of the population, right? That's what they wanted. They wanted to have equal footing with the black people, even though the black people were 75%. Now they're 80% of the population. You know, back in this 1994, they said, hey, let's share power, you know? And Nelson Mandela said, no, we're not sharing power. We are the majority of the population. Therefore, we're going to take political control of the whole country. We're not sharing power with a minority of white people.
Yeah, they say, and did I say this in the space? Man, I swear I said this in the space. It must have been last week, but yeah, they say they talk about blindness and they talk about being on a level playing field. They use those terms because they know historically when we are on a quote unquote level playing field, they have the advantage. They always will have the advantage because the system's set up for them to have the advantage when it's so called equal. People use the term equitable because it sort of factors in that fact that they have this built-in advantage. I think for us, on the state level, county level, etc., we're just going to make sure that it truly is equitable. It truly is a situation where the resources are equitable, and we put that into law. We make it so that it's the law of the land, so there is no reason for anybody to think necessarily that they're going to have these advantages. I think that is actually pretty sad, and that's the way they set it up, of course. There's a black lawyer, I don't know his name off the top of my head. They named the building after him. He was the first black lawyer in the state, and he was a part of the original case that eventually became Brown versus Board of Education. It actually started in Delaware, but they named some building after him on that the white Delaware State University. And I think, I don't know if it was a library or some political wing or whatever it was, but we just got to make it where it's equal and it's equitable and everybody has the same opportunities, and nobody's getting favoritism or whatever the case may be, to where they are the top quote unquote university in the state.
Yeah, this is what's going on. Look, what I notice about super majority white states, they are dependent. They're dependent on cronyism, nepotism. They are dependent on state government contracts, state and local contracts. They are dependent on the state giving white-owned businesses priority in that state, and I'm going to do the same. I'm doing absolutely the same.
Well, again, because I understand what married black parents are saying, I understand what you're saying, and I think we can frame it in a way to where we're essentially saying we're going to prosper, protect, and empower our people, and that does require a balancing of the resources in all areas of life. To be perfectly honest, it requires us to not only to support the majority of the population, because that's what our whole goal is, which means reduction from these other areas. But again, it's all in the spirit of things. And so if you're just saying, look, man, we just want to empower our people, we want to prosper our people, versus saying we want to punish others, because as I fully believe, as we take over cities, towns, counties, they will not want to be in that environment. If you look at the southern states where there are majority black counties, majority black cities, like Atlanta is facing a thing where I think it's Buckhead. They are trying to incorporate themselves out of Atlanta prosper, or Atlanta proper, I'm sorry, so that they can become their own city. They're not moving. They're just saying, look, we don't want Atlanta police here. We don't Atlanta to have any jurisdiction over our little town, Buckhead. And I'm sure Buckhead, from what I remember, it was like a really wealthy part of Atlanta, maybe one of the wealthiest parts of Atlanta. So that's what they do. That's their natural default function, is to say, if you're in control, we don't want no parts in it. And if they can't incorporate themselves out of the county, which they can't, then they'll probably choose to leave. So there may not be a whole lot of them left, a couple of years down the road to even be overly concerned about. But going in with the spirit of, hey, we just want to prosper our people. We want to uplift our people. The automatic other side of that is that they no longer are able to embezzle, cheat, lie, steal, and overly fund everything that they want to do for their people and neglect our people. So it creates a balance that they're not going to be comfortable with, because in most of their minds, it's their country, they own everything, and they should get the benefits out of everything. To be perfectly honest, that's just the way they think. It would be very healthy for us to think that way politically, but it also has to materialize in some realistic manner. So this is the best way for us to do that.
Look, hey, Blabber, Gray, you just said the most important thing, right? Look, you have to take ownership. If Black people don't take ownership, right, you never want to be anything, you never want to do anything if you if you don't believe you own, like, hey, this is my street, this is my property, even though you don't even own the property. But you tell people, this is my property, this is my sidewalk, this is my street. Look, I saw white people talk to me like that when I know they don't own it, but they have this audacity to say, hey, this is my, look, a policeman one time told me 20 years ago, I can never remember, he said something about, look, he made less money than I do, but he said, hey, I don't want you doing anything on my streets. I said, whoa, interesting. So this street belongs to you. He said, yeah, this is my street. I said, okay, all right. So you got to take ownership, man. And that's the only way it's going to work.
Gotta take ownership, and here's another thing inside of that ownership is it requires a certain amount of responsibility. It requires a certain amount of commitment, and this is why when I saw that 6 Zeros post, I hope you guys get this, check it out. I put it in the Migration. I've kind of expressed it. I felt the way he put it into, what I consider the best terms. It's like a 3-minute long video, but essentially saying, look, man, we gotta stop just complaining. We gotta actually do something. Like, it's one thing to complain, and there's a lot for us to complain about, and yeah, we have the right to complain. However, we gotta start producing actions behind the complaints, because it's just like anything. If all you're gonna do is complain at some point, and I believe America has already reached this point, definitely within these political parties. The Democrat Party is a primary example of they don't give a fuck about us complaining anymore. They probably never did. However, they're making it very, very clear. They just don't care. They do not care. And
that's why. Yeah, you're right. Look, that's why. Look, I'm 55 years old, right? I've seen this all my life, and if I take control of a state, you think I'm going to give equitable opportunity? I mean, yes, it will be written in the state constitution, yes, but I'm not giving. I mean, this. I'm not giving equitable power and rights to white people. I'm not doing that. I mean, I'm 55 years old. I mean, I seen what they have done. They made black people dependent on white people. We are dependent on them in every single way. And guess what? I want to flip that. I want to flip this so black people are dependent on the white people are dependent on black people now. They got to come to us if they want a job. They got to come to us if they want to open up businesses. They got to come to us if they want to get a loan, a business loan, car loan. That's the way I see it, man. I mean, I'm not, look, I didn't come up with this idea because of just to be equals, man. Look, I'm my way is I want to dominate.
Well, here's the thing. I tell a lot of people, uh, when we have different opinions about how to develop a black majority state or whatever, and this is not for you. This is not to you directly or anything, because I agree with what you're saying. I just think there's a way to phrase it to where it's more about the positive upliftment of our people. But for white Americans, it's a huge country. There's 50 states, like quite literally. There's 50 states, and they've controlled every single one of them forever. Like as long as we've essentially been here. Um, now we can go back into Native American and everything else like that. But however, since the country was formed and since they came over here, they have essentially been in control of everything. So I'm not going to shed no tears because they wake up one day and now they have no control over their existence, because that's the life that we have lived here. So they can.
Is Mary still on here? Is Mary still on here? Mary. Just imagine, Mary. We've been.
Yes, I'm listening. I'm listening.
Oh, actually, yeah, okay. Look, Black Americans, we've been at least 10, 12, 13% of the population for the past, I don't know, 200 years, right? And the white controlled government, the white people in government, they had never even thought of giving black people just one state or two states. They never had us in mind. I mean, like there's 50 states. Can you give black people just one or two states? Farrakhan didn't ask.
But see, that's the problem is the whole phrasing of what you just said is asking, waiting, and hoping for them to do something, and that's what I'm trying to get out of everybody's head. Give us a state.
I never asked. Well, look, I'm saying this is what I'm saying. I'm taking historical. I never asked for the white government to give me anything. I live outside the country. I don't depend on the United States government for nothing other than my passport. But but the thing, I don't depend on the American government on nothing. I'm a totally free man other than my passport. But, so yeah, I don't ask government for nothing. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll say this. Oklahoma was not only campaigned for, there were congressional hearings. There were several gentlemen and groups, for that matter, that wanted that territory to become a black state. Today, it's been decided nearly half of it, 40% of it is Native American territory. And so the rest of it is whatever at this point. I mean, that's a that's an extremely unique situation in Oklahoma. However, when I believe it's Allenport, I want to say is the name of the gentleman, went out to California and all these other western areas, because these states didn't become states till some of these states till long after the Civil War or whatever. where black people are like, we got to keep moving west. We got to keep going west. We got to keep getting away from these people. We just want to get away from these people so we can have our own. And then they show up and push us down to the bottom of the barrel all over again. So the reality of the situation is, and I wrote in my book, and I'm going to stick to this because this is what I see. When you let them into positions of authority within any type of organization, they are bred. And there's a post that I reposted from someone who said the same thing. They are bred and taught and indoctrinated to be the leader. So this is their default mentality, especially when they're interacting with non-whites. They believe they are supposed to lead. They are supposed to be the leader of whatever is going on when black people especially are involved. And so that is a mentality that we cannot tolerate at all on any level, shape, or form. We will have to be cognizant of it, and we will have to check them and keep them in their place, because that is how they think. If they change that thinking, and that will take time, it may take decades, it may take centuries, but if they do change, and I'm not saying I'm overgeneralizing, because there are definitely white Americans who get it, who can be allies. They're hard to find, but there are a few. And so it's like I go to Bruce Arians, right? The National Football League is run like a plantation. We understand it. It's horrible. They just implemented this requirement for a quote unquote minority to be an offensive coach, but they really did the whole civil rights thing all over again. They said minority or woman, which really means white woman, right? So it's a whole. They just modeled the civil rights legislation of the 1960s, which is insane to me at this point. But you got Bruce Arians, one of a few, who said, look, Tom, whatever's happening, they're pushing me down. I'm going to make sure this black coach gets an opportunity to be a head coach in this racist ass league. That's what allyship looks like. Where you, even whatever reason you're out, sacrifice, you get pushed out, whatever the case may be, you don't run outside the organization and go get a white guy, which is what they did with the Warriors. And this is the NBA. When you have Mark Jackson there, he had the talent. He got them into the playoffs. They were right on the cusp. And what did they do? They swapped him out for a white coach. So that's the way white organizations typically work. It's very hard to find these white allies. There are a few, like I said, but you can't put them in positions of authority because they believe, and unfortunately, many black Americans defer. We are not those people, but a lot of black people in society defer authority to the white voice in the room. That is a reality. We cannot overlook that is a reality. Those of us on these Twitter spaces and posting, we're very aware. We got our third eye open, but the masses, they tend to, like that police officer who's walking around like, these are my streets, right? That's the way they're raised. That's the way they're taught, right? Whereas, and I'm beyond the age where I'm about to challenge some police officer. I'm more than likely just going to walk away from and keep moving, doing what I'm doing. But in any other interaction, coworker, some random stranger walking down the street, I would definitely express the reality of the situation. I'm honestly not going. I've had enough issues with the law enforcement in this country. I've spent way too much money on attorneys, and I'm just going to walk away from that conversation at this point. So,
Hey, can I tell you something that can be embarrassing? Look, when I was in Africa, right, I've been to 7 African countries, And what I noticed that these African governments, they all have white consultants from Great Britain, Australia, Australia, America, France, Spain, the Netherlands, Germany. They have these white consultants that tell them what, if they don't know what to do, they'll go to these white consultants and say, hey, what should I do about this situation? What should I do about this? And guess what? And then when these African countries need something to be built, or even making highways and bridges, do you know they don't hire an African engineering firm? They might hire a Chinese or a Japanese firm or an American firm or a British firm or a German firm or a French firm. They don't give these government contract to African companies. So you write what you were saying earlier, where to Africans, whites and Asians are the saviors of Black people. That's why I told myself I would never go back to Africa, because the way they think, you know, yeah, it's,
Yeah, that I mean, again, that's how they're raised to think. That's the way they think, and unfortunately we sometimes reinforce that. But again, this is all why we are moving in this direction, because we want to teach our children to to believe and think in that manner, that they have ownership over what happens in their community, in their city, in their state. So that when they grow up, as they grow up, this is how they're thinking as well. So that, again, it can't be stolen or taken away from them. That it builds a sense of state pride, which is a sense of Black nationalism. And
right.
it helps our children grow up thinking like, this is something that I am willing to fight for, kill for, and die for. And that part right there is where, if you're in the military, that's just your job, right? I mean, not too many Black people are running around thinking, I'm ready to fight and die for this country. It's more or less an opportunity, and then they produce some war somewhere halfway across the country, and then you're just kind of doing your job. But it's not like an ideological mentality, the same way that white professional athletes were quitting their $1 million career and volunteering to go fight for the country. Like that would be insane for us, as far as I can tell. So it would be different on a state level, where this is a Black majority state, this is where my family is, where my people's at. I'm gonna do whatever it takes to defend my state. So you grow up with that type of mentality. It's a game changer, across the board, psychologically, for the citizens of the state. So yeah.
Now look, if you read my tweets, right, I don't write like what I'm saying right now. uh I guess I'm just kind of being kind of what's that word, forward right now. Well, one thing, I'm kind of sick. I'm still sick, so so the my intentions are really coming out. But the thing is, I know when I do my writing on Twitter, I know I have to be in the middle. I can't be to the right. I can't be too far to the left. So I try to be in the center, or center right. Because I consider myself a very conservative person, and uh, so yeah, so I know how, I know when to say what, when I what to write. But yeah, I'm just being a little bit more aggressive than I usually is. So you are, so yeah. So if I offend anybody, I apologize.
Yeah, no, I mean, I understand what you're saying. Again, it's probably like the phrasing. This is a safe space, and so I know exactly what you mean when you say what you're saying. It's just a chance for us to have the opportunities that we are denied in the society and will forever be denied, to be honest. Unless we are in lockstep with whatever their political ideology happens to be at the moment. We see it's not like they're no longer hiding it, where the Democrats and the liberal mindset is going. I mean, it's pretty damaging, on a whole lot of different levels for society as a whole, but especially I got to think for Black American society. I mean, they're pushing. There's literally some groups in the liberal community that are pushing pedophilia into, like, trying to push it into the mainstream. It's pretty, like, deep, dark, satanic thoughts that are coming out of that party, and the agenda is clear. It's all over the TV. I don't even watch TV anymore. I just hear about it. It's in the commercials, it's on TV shows, everywhere. It's pretty tragic, man. But this is what they want. This is how they want their version of the country to be. They have depended on the Black vote to get them into positions of power to push that agenda. And I hope, of all hopes, is that Black people start to really walk away from that in large amounts, and don't let them scare you with the boogeyman, whoever they decide the boogeyman is at this particular point in time. But, like, we got to stop really being overly concerned about these national elections, focus on the local, state, county elections, concentrate our political vote, and then just make a really good Black society for ourselves, as best as we can. It's not going to be perfect. It's not a utopia, but to the best of our ability, with all of the resources of the state, the county, the local cities, towns, etc., to just produce a really decent life for ourselves, our children, our great grandchildren, grandchildren, etc. And just honestly let the rest of the country go whichever way they choose to go, because it's going to be hard to really influence the rest of the country. Hopefully, we set the model. We are the example. We prove it works, and we get 5, 6, 7, 8 Black majority states, and then we can really all work together to produce the political advantages that we want and really need and deserve, in our region of the country. But, to be perfectly honest, whatever happens in the rest of the country, it really doesn't really even matter, to be honest. With 8 states, we can produce our own food. We produce our own energy.
A huge consumer market.
Say it again.
A huge consumer market.
Yeah, all the business opportunities in the world for our population. I mean, at that point, we are essentially operating as a country within a larger country, but we certainly are self-sustainable. I would believe at that point, and so whatever they do in the rest of it, as long as they're not trying to take us off the war, and trying to commit a genocide that way, just getting our people on the front lines in some strange country for no good reason. Outside of that, it's like, do whatever you want to do. Just literally leave us out of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, leave us alone, man. At that point.
But if the federal government, if they declare war on any country, we have to fight. However, I mean, because
you're absolutely right. Or if NATO declares war, because Yeah. I mean, Russia's situation is really making it very, very clear that if any European country goes to war, we're at war right along with them. That's a really strange place to be in. I mean, that's a strange treaty that America signed up, to be honest. But
yeah. No, I had a question for you, but I can't remember.
Okay, then that gives me a chance to go to the Jumbotron. There's this white nonsense. I'm trying to pull it up, but it won't let me, of course. Okay, here we go. The white nonsense roundup. And this is, and for people who may think, we're horrible white people, this is a white group, supposedly. I mean, that's what their page says. It's no white nonsense. And they have the 8 white identities, and this is by Barnor Hesse. I don't know who that is, No Factor Foundation. But they got these 8 different white identities, personalities, and they go through what each of them means. And so, the worst is the white supremacist. The best, which is on the bottom, is the white abolitionist. That's who, or the ally, abolitionists who want to change institutions, dismantle whiteness, and not allow whiteness to reassert itself. And that's exactly what I was just saying. Like, this is a white ran organization that understands you cannot allow whiteness to assert itself over the population, because this is what they do. Like, this is and I didn't even really read it fully until right now. But that's just the honest to God truth. And they're the organization that understands that fully. You can't let them get into positions of authority, because they will essentially take over. So we got Charles up to speak. Go for it, brother.
Okay, guys. Yeah. I just wanted to just chime in that I just overall agree. I was personally just looking for any majority state. It could be any state. Just we don't even cross the 50% line. So, I mean, we don't even right now. We don't even have one state. So, I mean, to just have one state to start off with, that would be monumental. Not even considering the voting majority or the 60%, the 3 counties. We don't even have not one state with 50% anywhere. Just even if it's just a sloppy all in one city. So I'll be glad. And so, but the fact that Delaware is the easiest state for everybody to move into, because it's just so simply laid out. You got 3 counties, 1, 2, and 3. It requires the least number of people. I mean, it only requires 1% of the black population to move there to create the one and only in who knows how long it to even cross the 50% mark. Not to mention the political takeover. You got 3. It's only 3 counties. Second of all, I do like the fact that it's like near Maryland. I just like the fact that it's near Maryland. It's on the peninsula with Eastern Shore. It probably shares a lot of the economic things. I know, like the whole Chesapeake Bay. It's a lot of crabs. We always talk about that. It's like crabs, chicken, and tourism. Are the big 3. If you've ever been down to Baltimore, there's you've seen the crabs. I mean, my grandmother lived in Baltimore, so we would all buy a ton of crabs and just land while out on the table. So yeah, I was just saying, it's probably similar to, I like the fact that is right near Maryland. It's right near the Eastern Shore. It's that little peninsula. It's I think it's called Delmarva. Basically half is Delaware and half is the rest of Maryland. And another thing I liked about it was the education. The third thing I liked was the educational part. it's just it's nice that there's only one and only HBCU in Delaware. It's the only one there, and it's got two campuses. I mean, two other campuses. I just happened to look it up real quick on Google, and it's got one in Wilmington and one in Georgetown, which is it's basically one in each county. That's it. It's just 1, 2, and 3 counties, 3 campuses. So if you want, you could just stay black the whole way. You know, you just go to school, you go to college. You know, you don't have to. You know, if you choose to. So I'll just be glad if it's just one state. So I'm just glad about that. And you know, people in like New York City and Philly and New Jersey, it should be a no-brainer. You know, I mean, it's just not that hard. I mean, if you're in the Northeast, and I was in Philly a couple.
You in New York right now?
What's that?
You in New York right now?
So what's that? Am I in New York?
Yeah.
So, well, yeah, I was born in the Bronx, New York, but I went to school and live in Buffalo, New York. Well, Buffalo, New York, but now I'm like in like Niagara Falls, New York. It's basically the same thing, same area. It's like a suburb. Buffalo's like way on the other side of New York, near like Cleveland or whatever. And I went to Philly just for fun, just to check it out a couple years ago, and it is. I mean, it was all black. And I mean, when I was there, I mean, they said it was maybe half black or this that. I could barely find anybody that wasn't black. But yeah. I mean, it's just when you leave the cities, that's when you up north and the Northeast. When you leave the city, that's when. I mean, we have cities, we just don't have states. You know, so I'll be glad. You know, it only takes 1% of the population because we got 300 million Americans. Just give or take, we got more than that. But then 10% of that is 30 million. That's not, we'll just say 30 million black people, and then you got just 1% of that is 300,000. So basically, 1% of all black people. Just to make it easy, it only takes like 1% that to have the very first majority state, which that alone is a big it will be the first one ever, basically. I mean we got some close ones. We got Mississippi, Louisiana. They're very close. I mean, Maryland's actually very close. Maryland's like honestly almost like a Georgia. And a lot of people don't know. I mean, Delaware is actually it's along the lines of North Carolina in terms of the percentage. So
what's up, Charles?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. South Carolina and Mississippi at the turn of after the Civil War were actually majority black states, but the white did their whole terror campaign thing in order to kill. So when I talk about it, I like to say the first modern, right? Because then if somebody catches on modern, they're like, well, what you mean modern? But okay, well we already had it, but they ran us out of there.
You're right.
With the Ku Klux Klan and all that jazz. So I just wanted to throw it.
Yeah.
And I'm from Philly, and it's definitely half white. Most of the black people live a lot in the city core, whereas a lot of white people live in the what they call the greater northeast, or the far northeast. It's a little spread out and whatnot. So like you got to travel to see them a little bit.
Because I was in the city, just the main part of the city. You don't really see anybody like that. But I guess once you get to the outside of the city, right? I understand. But no, you're right about that. I mean, of course, we had a lot of majorities in the past, especially a lot of the South. But I'm just for today, the modern day, like you said, today, unfortunately, they've all been reduced. So it would be nice to have one today. That's all. So I just wanted to just chime in on that.
Thank you so much. I want to encourage you to join the group that we got set up, the Black State of America Migration Group. That is one of the first things in a Jumbotron, so we can go back and forth. I love that you did that, sir, because I was not aware that there was a campus in Georgetown, which is Sussex County. It's just like we're looking at that as the, the majority section of the state, but it is awesome to now know there is a HBCU campus down there. That's amazing information. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we got 3 campuses, 3 counties, nice and simple. So you can't beat that.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna add that to the Delaware thread. Man, that's good information, and that gives us the same way that Married Black Parents was describing a Dover linchpin. A place to focus our population initially. That gives us Georgetown in Sussex County as another place to focus our population around, because that part of the state has like a 12% black population, and it's probably centered around that common, more than likely.
Probably, yeah, but yeah, probably around there. Yeah. There's a couple of major cities down there. I just looked it up. I mean, it was just Georgetown, and then there's Seaford. I've not been. I don't remember last time I've even been to Delaware, but yeah, I mean, if Georgetown's got a campus there, that would be a good place to look at. It's a.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Truly appreciate it.
I agree. Definitely.
Yeah, so we're here every Saturday, somewhere between 8 and 9. Today it was 8:30. So usually at 8. I know it's going to start getting darker later, as we move into spring and into summer. It might not be dark until 9 o'clock. So I didn't want to take anybody's daylight away from them by having a space early in the day, but so I'm in my mind, I'm keeping that cognizant of the daylight hours or whatever. So around 8, 9, 8:30, that's probably will be the time that we run them for this year, and then spring of 2023, unless we people are more than welcome to move in a lot earlier. That's when I plan to move in, and so like Charles said, man, just getting one state is really is game changer. The rules will be rewritten. It is no more playing with this society as it has set things up for us in the way that it set things up for us, which is really essentially to always be underneath them. And we're just saying enough is enough with that. It's really time for us to do for self and to benefit ourselves in every which way that we can. So Married Black Parents, he encouraged me to use the Meet Me in Delaware hashtag. I'm starting to use Meet Us in Delaware.
Yeah. I did, like, I was just, I didn't know you was gonna catch on to that. That was kind of dope. Meet Us in Delaware. That's dope.
Absolutely. I'm gonna give props for their due. Meet Us in Delaware, and I'm gonna be hashtagging everything that I do on that subject for sure. So yeah, it's 1:16 a.m. and I'm gonna give everybody in the room a chance to speak if they want to add anything to the conversation. And then if not, we're gonna go ahead and start shutting it down here. We had a very productive conversation again each week. We got people dropping gems into the room and bringing in information that was right there, but just not uncovered, and that's the beauty of having so many different minds and eyes and ears looking at Delaware, because they're going to find something that even someone who myself is really just like laser focused. I'm missing some big things, man. So I appreciate it 100%.
Hey, I would like to hear from this dude person. I can't really see it. Let's see. Fuck white supremacy. I'd like to hear from that guy.
Okay, we're gonna send an invitation to speak to everybody in the room, and then they can have their chance to speak, do their thing if they choose to. And yeah, if you want to grab the mic. All right, well, it looks like no one wants to speak, and that's fine. Definitely join back here next Saturday. The rooms usually start at 8 p.m., 8:30, or 9 p.m. I post them, follow the three hosts and co-hosts, and join our Black State of America Migration group, where we do have different discussions about this one topic. Like, we all have our timeline, and then we are starting to populate this particular group with this topic, and really only this topic, because the goal is to get to 75 to 100,000 members who are ready, willing, and able to move into the state of Delaware, move into Kent County, register the vote, and then start to take over the small towns and cities in that initial county, eventually take over the county. And when I say take over, it's just a political vote. It's not military or anything like that. It's just us moving in, registering the vote, voting in the elections, putting our people in positions of authority, and then letting the world know that this is what we're doing, this is how we're doing it. And when we take over Newcastle County, Wilmington area, we can take over the whole entire state. So yeah, be here every Saturday. Jump into the group, ask questions. If you find something out about the state of Delaware that you want to add, throw that into the group chat. It's a safe space. No questions or stupid questions, and you know, anything that you want to put out there, you know, we're going to listen to it and absorb it, and just give you our honest opinion about it. But some things are possible, some things maybe not as possible. But yeah, we're open to all perspectives, always. So on that note, oftentimes we have new people in the room, and they ask questions that we've already covered, which is why I started recording the room, so people can go back. I'm gonna start posting these in that group. I'm gonna try to go back and find the other recorded ones, and see if I can create some type of thread about the recordings that we've done. Yeah, so, you know, I'm gonna say good night to everybody. Thanks for coming to the space.
Oh, hey, I got one question.
Okay.
What you said you read his book, right? What do you think of his book?
Yeah, I posted a review on Amazon, and I wasn't gonna hit the book hard or anything like that. I enjoyed the book. Like, he's a great writer.
Yeah.
And he spun a really great tale, but I think he was taking poetic license, if you will, because a lot of times it was like, I imagined that I had a connection to this famous person from the past because we went to the same school, or whatever. It seemed like a lot of imagined connections that he had. And then when he talked about his real life questioning of these popular figures, and where they kind of rejected the idea, and some sort of was like, oh yeah, that's a great idea, but then, you know, they had questions after that. I just, for me, I did not buy the fact that this was the leader of a movement. And in other words, I looked at it as, someone saw an opportunity to write a book, to go on a book tour, to make some money, and that was about the gist of it. When I read the initial interviews, like in the interviews, it was really saying, "Oh, we can turn the South blue. We can turn the South into a Democrat stronghold." Though that was what was being said in the interviews. So I really don't. I mean, I'll be against that all day, every day.
Right.
But again, it is what it is. I did some research into the political. So the person is a liberal. They're pro black abortion. They pretty much align politically with the Democrat Party. But again, I enjoy reading the book. I just here's the thing, that whole push pull, I love that concept because that was very simple. People can really get that. I just don't agree that there's an emotional connection to the South. And here's the reason why. There's two reasons. Number one, if that connection was so visceral and so real, it would have already I mean, I'm talking about decades ago, it would have started sending people back to the South in massive droves if that was going to be the thing that pulled people back to the South. Because the reality of it is, when you talk to people wherever they are, they have a connection to that land, wherever it is. That's why if you talk to people in California, they're not thinking about leaving California. They have a connection to the land in California. Like, and most of the people in California can say, "Hey, my family came from Louisiana, my family came from Alabama, whatever." But that hasn't pulled them back. There's gang warfare that's been active on the streets of LA. That has not pulled them to come back to the South. So, Chicago, another area where there's massive gang warfare occurring. Even though Chicago has really seen some massive migration out of that city, it hasn't necessarily pushed people to the South. So I don't know. I just didn't buy that part of it because I'm not motivated by that. I just don't think the generations that are not like, in their 70s, 80s who actually have that connection. Like, I'm 47, my son's, mid 20s. They just don't have that connection. They just don't feel any connection to anywhere but where they're at. That's to be perfectly honest about it. And so I don't know. Even people like, I had a best friend. His family was from South Carolina, more than likely Gullah Geechee, and they went to South Carolina every summer. And I got to go a couple times. I really enjoyed it. Fresh pecan pie, fresh pecans. You go home with a garbage bag full of pecans coming out of South Carolina. And they had a real attachment to it, but that was pretty much because the parents lived there. They had a real connection because they actually did live there, and they moved to the north, for whatever economic opportunities. But their kids never wanted to relocate down there, and their kids have not expressed that desire. You know what I'm saying? So it's I think it's relative to an older generation, but not to the generations after that. So that's just my opinion of it. But I did enjoy reading the book because he's a good writer. I mean, that's the bottom line. Nobody can take that away from him. He's a really good writer. And when I read the book, at the other thing was, I'm thinking, for somebody like me who's never written a book, took me months. I had an outline. I basically filled in my outline with my 5 chapters, and then I wanted to add a bunch of historical, information in there to give people actual facts. And that probably took me, 6 months or more, and then I had to proofread it like thousands of times, to be honest. And so from the time I started writing it to the time it was published, it might have been 8 months. But I'm thinking, I read his book, he could have banged that thing out in a couple of weeks. Like, to be honest, because it wasn't like deeply researched. It was just all like him telling stories. To be perfect, that's just the way I took it. Like, I'm thinking, he's a professional writer. He could have wrote that in the matter of a week is how I looked at it. So I was just like, I don't know. I kind of felt unimpressed. But again, if anything that helps move it to a national discussion and motivates other people, I'm all for it, because I do believe it did motivate people. I know for a fact it motivated the group that's in Georgia. They live and die by that book, as far as I can tell. So they got massive motivation from it. That's a great thing. If it's motivating more people or educating more people and bringing it to the mind in the forefront of more people, so be it. But yeah, I mean, it just it kind of was just a really good book about himself, as far as I can tell. So okay, I see he's out of the room anyway. Okay, so on that note, I'm gonna say goodnight to Mary Black Parents, goodnight to Charles, goodnight to D White, Justford, and Rachel, who are the only people I can see left in here. And just come back next Saturday. We'll be here again. Please jump into the group, add to the group, ask questions throughout the week. So when we come back in the space next week, we can talk about those things or highlight some of the better discussions we've already had. So thank you so much. Have a good night. Peace and reparations, as they say. And I'll add to that, peace and Black majority states in America. Thank you.